live. We're
there
live
we go.
now.
You should get a speaker and a microphone like Mike did, so we could wear a hat.
I actually, the only external microphone I have is on my camera, but I do have external speakers.
See, you could turn your microphone on.
Jake, who gives a fuck?
I do, right here.
Your mom
and me, right here. 2 against 1. Look at that.
My mom probably actually doesn't give a fuck either. Like,
probably not. She doesn't even know how to turn a computer on. Would be my guess.
Right, probably. Well,
she probably opens up her Internet Explorer web browser, and like 3/4 of the page is covered by free download toolbars.
Well, it's also,
and then she wonders why she can't see any of the websites. She wonders why her computer takes 8 years to load a web page.
It's because she has 50 tabs open of the same web page because she doesn't know how to close any of them.
And then
and all the free download toolbars.
And the Indian scammers that are watching her webcam are watching this.
Yeah. Dapper.
How do I do that?
Do not activate the card. I told you not to activate the card.
Do not redeem. Do not redeem. What is wrong with you? Are you a prostitute? No. Do not redeem. Voice crack, yeah, that was
so fucking funny.
Kit Boga is one of my absolute favorites. He fucking destroys those Indian pieces of shit every fucking time. He just destroys them, and he's gotten a couple. Like, that was the most aggressive one and like the most violent one that like freaked out. But he's broken down a couple more of them where they're just like, I don't know. Like they're just done, and it's like, okay, good.
Go shit on the beach now.
Yeah, go shit in the same place you bathe.
Did you see the beach shitting?
I don't think he did. He would know if he saw it. He
would
know if he saw it.
we got something to watch.
Live reaction video. Live reaction. No. It's on YouTube.
We can't show it on live though, because live has different rules and videos.
It's copyright shit, and people are like, you took this from us, and we're going to get you for $5.
What we can do is we can share the link to it in the video description, and then we can watch the video, or you and Devin can watch the video, and then the rest of us can just watch Devin's reaction with the audio.
I mean, what the fuck? What are the actual legalities of that?
Well, any audio or anything picked up would violate copyright, other stuff too.
Yeah.
Yes, but if you're actually having a discussion over the top of it, it is called transformative.
Not like on a live stream?
Yeah.
No, not on a live stream. Live stream's different.
No, and we're on YouTube right now. We're on YouTube. Yeah, I know.
Because if you're doing it on a video where you can hear audio and stuff like that, it has different rules than on a live stream. Live streams have algorithms that will automatically zap if you violate copyright, other stuff like that. Yeah.
That is straight up Ottawa gay.
Yeah.
Well, Devin's not from Ottawa, so he's not from there.
Well, then he can agree with it with a clean conscience.
I can. Fuck Ottawa.
Although it was a really nice city when I was there back in the early 90s.
It still is, because not a lot of people live there because it's just the government city.
And it's also fucking only 30 plus fucking years ago.
Apparently, my son got my shirt very dirty.
Why would you do that?
Well, I had him thrown over my shoulder, and I was carrying him around like a sack of potatoes.
Why did you do that with your son? It is very dirty and very, very unsanitary. Why would you do that?
Well, I wasn't going to let him play with shit on the beach. So.
No, when we get done with the live stream, we're gonna.
We'll do it. We'll do it backstage because I want to see that shit too.
All right.
No, I want to see your reaction to it.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
It's.
All right.
It's coming to a community near you.
Because certain people call people in India street shitters, right? That's a common, like, colloquial, like, kind of slur, we'll call it.
Yeah.
Well, beach shitters, beach as in like the beach. Is it really a slur if it's True.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's like a cat box, you know. There's all that sand. You like get your feet going to cover it up, you know.
But they don't. They don't cover it up.
Oh, they're not
They
even
just drop
like
and leave.
a cat?
They just drop and leave.
We'll watch it. It's like a 7-minute video or something like that. It's not very long, but one of the guys in
Canadians are more civilized than that.
Yeah, and we're hardly people.
One of the guys on Discord, who's a regular, fucking dropped that video. God damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Stop laughing. It's not funny. No, it was Sabathius.
Was it Sabathius?
Yep.
Oh,
it was. Yep.
Yeah. We should message him and see if he's got time to come on.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm sorry, I'm laughing so fucking hard right now. It's fucking hilarious.
Just dropping trail. Hunking out a dirt snake right on the beach.
Oh, you just fucking wait. I wish it was like the old school days of YouTube where we could just be like, yep, here we go. Yeah. And then just fucking do a live review. But oh my god, it's
you can take that live review over to Rumble. They won't care over there.
I know, but I don't have a big presence on Rumble. I mean, I'm on Rumble, so you should go over there and subscribe to me. Same thing, Mike B. You know.
Yes.
But,
yes. Go.
Also, my mouth is red because I've got
go boost his Rumble.
I got this nice chemically shit from DQ, the slushy.
It's good.
Good shit. My mouth is red. I'm not bleeding out of my mouth. We're fine.
Yet.
Well, the way the phrasing happened,
I'm just saying, we don't know
before the stream went live was not. It was an innuendo. Let's just leave it at that. So, Devin, what nationality uniform is that? Is that Prussian?
No, people got to guess. That's the thing. Because they won't get it. I don't think there's anything like on it that would point it out. Not really, no.
Nope.
Yeah.
So, is it a dark blue or is it black?
It's dark blue.
Dark blue. Yep.
Okay. And it's not Prussian.
Nope.
Pretty sure it's not British. Pretty sure it's not Canuckastani. That's your Canuckastani dress uniform, isn't it?
It's not Dutch either.
No.
Because so many of the comments just said that. It's not Dutch.
Mike drinking straight red 40.
I am drinking red 40. I am. Yep.
That should be the name of a malt liquor that is also just annoyingly red.
Now it's going to come out his nose.
Nope.
He's going to die. He's going to die.
Almost.
You know, people would buy it and just be like, we just put every kind of red dye in this. And the first sip is like your teeth, your tongue, just everything is just red. Just
yeah.
Heaven forbid you spill it on anything concrete stained red for the next 10 years.
Really, Virginia reenactor? It's a World War I Nazi uniform. Because there were so many Nazis in World War I.
A lot of them.
Andrew Craig got it.
If you go to a
yeah.
Canadian post office.
Are you talking like the fucking like?
It doesn't have enough machine gun bandoliers.
Blazing saddles, like telegram.
Yeah,
Candygram from Mungo. Candygram from Mungo. Mungo like candy.
Yeah.
You got it. Fucking great. Candygram from Mongo.
Oh gosh.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. And no, Virginia reenactor, he's actually a reenactor. He's just fucking taking the piss, as the Brits would say.
Yeah.
It's all good. I'm just giving him shit.
Nope.
Oh yeah, no, he's fine. But yeah, it's gonna be uniform. We see the Boxer Rebellion.
Okay, is it European?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it's continental.
No, not really.
No.
I mean, sorta, kinda, yeah.
Norwegian.
Historically, yes.
Technically, no, it's not. I've already given hints, and it's like
yeah. Everyone's kind of just gotta guess.
Austrian, like no.
Nobody's even tried to like narrow down a time period, really.
Yeah, nobody has.
Yeah.
All these fucking nerds.
It looks mid 1800s to me. It's something about it saying mid 1800s.
No.
No.
I mean, you could probably see somebody wearing this today.
Royal Mail.
Bitch.
Huh?
Not the Canadian Post Office, the Royal Mail Service.
No.
I'll give you guys another hint in this riddle. I didn't even know what the fuck it was.
Oh, I had to tell him what it was.
And I own it. And I'm selling
Yeah,
it.
this is Mike's. It just happens to fit me absolutely perfectly. So you could buy this. Now it smells like me.
Yay! You can smell what a mud duck Kanekistani smells like.
That's right.
Correct. Yeah.
Dairy Queen, apparently.
Dairy Queen. Fucking yeah.
That's what we had for dinner. So
That's probably what it will smell like.
yeah, it probably will smell like dairy.
But it's not bad wool.
I mean, I'm not sweating in it, so it won't smell like.
It's really good wool. It's but this is fucking awesome. I love this.
Yeah.
Like all these fucking nerds, all these fellow nerds that we have.
I'm probably the only one here that before a couple hours ago knew what this was. So.
Right, because I bought it.
You should get a picture of it to show them once it's done, because they probably won't recognize it without all the other shit, anyways. So once we give up or once somebody guesses it, then you could show them what
Is it Irish?
Nope.
It's not continental though. You said technically it's not.
I mean, at one point it was. This uniform's been in use for
okay,
a lot of years.
Let's just get that in there.
Yeah.
It's not technically continental.
Not currently continental.
Icelandic?
Nope.
Nope.
Andrew Craig says, "Is it English?" It sure is.
It sure is.
Royal Artillery Regiment?
Nope.
That's still like
Drawing a blank.
Just that's like not a rank. That's just a
Nope. That's just a decoration, cuff decoration.
Yep.
I'm drawing a blank. I give up. I give up. I give up.
You got me. Yeah, we're still not gonna like tell you until somebody guesses it correctly in the chat.
Fuzzy Hat Brigade. The bear hats.
Too bad this uniform doesn't have one of those.
Very close, but no cigar.
Praetorian
We're
Guard.
getting red 40 all over the place.
Well, don't worry. It'll come out through his kidneys in about an hour.
Oh yeah, it's gonna look like blood, and I'm gonna be like, I'm peeing blood. No, it's not. I've had these fucking things. I either get the fucking blue raspberry or the cherry slushy from DQ when my wife orders it, and it's like
because they're gluten free, and he doesn't swell up like a pumpkin.
And shit my brains up for a day and a half. Yeah, it's also a plus.
Heck yeah. Nobody's
Instead,
close.
you just get cancer in 30 years.
That's right.
I'm gonna anyway, probably.
Yeah, that's true.
Burn pits are a thing.
Every one of us assholes who are over there is going to get cancer because of the DU that exists in the environment from the first Gulf War.
Well, I'd be more concerned with the burn pits than the DU.
I lived right on the highway of death on my first deployment. Like, it was literally right outside our base.
Yeah, I know.
I'm concerned about all the stuff that had depleted uranium in it that then got burned in the burn pits.
Yeah, I don't know what you're worried about.
Yeah.
Canadians aren't real people. They don't get cancer.
That's fair. We also got healthcare, so it's like me.
Don't you mean, would you like assistance in dying?
No, as long as you don't live in one of the 4 big cities, you're fine.
Yeah, because they don't have the resources to kill you.
Well, no, it's because you don't have to wait as long.
No, they just have you stand outside in the parking lot and you freeze to death.
Pretty much, yeah. That's normally where people are dying, waiting in line. So
It's 7 o'clock. He can stay in bed.
yeah, there's nobody. Nobody's guessed it yet. I'm surprised.
No, we're gonna go until somebody gets it. Or
So why are you soaking wet? Why are you soaking wet? What did you get into?
Water.
oh, the toe-headed Aryan, you know.
Oh, were you helping mommy with dishes?
He likes to see your little collar disc on your hat.
Yeah, he likes the whiz disc.
Whiz disc.
Cheese whiz. Cheese whiz.
Yeah.
Did you get my cheese whiz, boy?
I was just thinking that.
Yeah. He fucking throws it to
Go
him,
get
too.
mama.
He did.
Go get mama. Yeah, he was absolutely soaked from his collar to his waist. Apparently, he was helping mama with dishes.
Dude, when I was a small child about that age, my parents found me in the morning, and I completely covered my entire body in Vaseline. Hair and everything included. They were like, "How the fuck do we even deal with this?" And they took pictures of it before they fucking decontaminated me. Like, they put me in a bath, and like they're like, "Oh, we'll use Dawn dish soap or whatever." We're like, what the fuck? I completely covered my whole body in Vaseline. I'm like,
did they just spray you down with WD-40?
no, Dawn dish soap.
Go outside and dump gas on him, like you do when you get tar.
Brake cleaner.
Yeah, yeah, brake cleaner.
Non-chlorinated.
New Crofta, it is English. We've already established that. So,
and it's not the Royal Artillery Regiment. It's not the Royal Tank Corps.
Nope.
Is it something cool or is it something gay?
It's something very cool.
It is pretty cool. There's only one regiment that wears this, so the other one's more recognizable.
No, I think it's Army. I think it's British Army.
Yes, it is.
Yes, you're correct.
We're getting so close.
We're getting close.
With all the fucking hints from the comments and you and your deciphering, and
that's a dress uniform, right? Not a duty uniform.
Correct.
It's
both. Yeah, it's both.
No, I'm not a beef eater.
Nope. Yeah, it's this is actually
We're getting there.
Pretty fucking fun. You want to go flip the light on really quick? Because it's getting dark.
Why is my internet slow tonight?
It's not. You're good on our end.
Well, I'm trying to load web pages and they're just not loading. They're taking their sweet fucking time to load.
Yeah, sometimes it happens with Starlink. I've noticed that. But like your streaming is fine. So
horse guards?
Nope. Well,
they are one of the horse guard regiments.
Wait, he's sleuthing right now.
They're
like
one of the household cavalry regiments. There's only two, so I think I have to give it to him because one is the horse guard and this one's the
he'll find it out. Don't give it away. Yeah,
there's only two it could be, and I said it's not that one.
Shh. We're fine. He's sleuthing, and everybody in the comments is like, "What the fuck?" Okay, let's get closer to this.
Hi, Daniel. You got one of your choo-choos?
RCMP. Jesus Christ, that's funny.
No, we already established it's not the Canadian mail service.
Ooh.
Their uniform is exactly this, though. It's just got different insignia. The buttons are little envelopes.
Oh, he got it.
What?
Neukrofta, Blues and Royals. Well, there's that there, but he got it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
Royal Horse Guards.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's the lifeguard. Yeah.
Yeah, the Blues and the Royals.
Yeah,
Yep.
so Mike just has one of these laying around, and it happens to fit me. And it's like brand new. Literally, it's brand new. So.
You should get the helmet that goes with it, the Waterloo style helmet.
Pickle Halba?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can pull this image up.
It's a fucking pickle.
It's a lobster back pickle hob.
Yeah. Yep.
With the plumage.
Yep. That's a fucking Blues and Royals tunic.
Yep. And I'm just missing the big breastplate
The cuirass, yeah.
and the white pants and the tall boots.
I'm sorry, but the British Army really does have good looking dress uniforms.
certainly
Yes,
do.
they do. We've got Grenadier Guards tunics that Devon, it was a little bit too small for him.
Just too small. Like I'm too broad in the shoulders for a lot of those.
Yeah.
Stop being so masculine, Devon.
Sorry. This one fits my shoulders really nice.
It's
though.
toxic masculinity.
Yeah, it is.
That's what's going on here.
I just got to get.
That's why he was kicked out of Canada.
Too manly.
He was too manly, which is why he fits perfectly in Minnesota.
That's right.
Oh,
that's right.
Well, that's an insult and a compliment at the same time, but that was good. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
I'll take it.
But,
Minnesota, more manly than Canada, less manly than the rest of the U.S.
I don't know. California exists.
Well, I'll just say this though.
I don't count California as part of the U.S.
Well,
I don't count Alabama as part of the U.S. either. That's just a family affair.
Oh
no, that's West Virginia you're thinking of.
It can be both.
It's the closer kin, the deeper in. That's how we do it down here. You know.
You can always tell if a girl from West Virginia is a virgin because she can run faster than her brothers.
Makes sense.
But I will say Neukrofta got the fucking Blues and Royals thing first. So Jake, he beat you out, and
I blame that on my slow internet.
You were getting close though.
You
were getting close.
He was dialing it in.
But yeah, it's fucking no.
Yeah, it's. Have you guys watched the Sharp TV movies?
The episodes, yes.
Yeah.
Sharp's Rifles.
Yeah. Sharp's Rifles. That's just the
Sean
first one, but
Bean?
Yep.
that's. I absolutely love that series. I've watched it all the way through probably 4 times.
It's pretty good.
It's really good.
Terribly historically inaccurate.
Yeah, but it's really well made.
It is really well made.
Yeah, that's the thing. Go ahead.
And some of the uniforms in there, like especially there was that one lieutenant that they stuck under Sharp. The fuck was he? Oh, the Prevost who wanted to arrest all of Sharp's men. It was one of the middle episodes after he had some ranks.
It's been a while.
You guys are drawing blanks.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah, those good old slick 95th Rifles uniforms, though. Because that's what Unity was.
But he's talking about the provost that comes in and.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
it was a young provost marshal on his Sharp's Gold. That was the episode.
Sharp's Gold.
I have to rewatch that.
Yeah,
because I haven't seen it in fucking years.
I've got them all on my hard
TV
drive.
all the time.
Do a watch party.
Watch party.
Yeah, I got.
After we watch a bunch of beat shitters.
Yes. Yes.
You gotta get the beat shitters out of the way.
Yep.
Oh god.
Oh fucking A. But why the fuck is nobody else? It's Saturday. Everybody's like, oh, I'm busy.
It's not Friday.
Maybe
that's
tomorrow.
Why.
Lieutenant Aries.
Okay.
That was yeah.
You want to share your screen and like show it? Yeah.
I'm trying to find pictures. I'm trying to find pictures.
Oh, Horatio Hornblower. Yeah, I used to watch that when I was a younger boy and teenager.
I think there was a porno called that as well. Didn't even need to change the name.
Okay.
Just saying.
If there's any fucking TV show that ever existed, there's a fucking porn with a tacky name like that.
That's true.
Yes. So he blew horns?
Oh, yeah, he did. A lot of them.
How many?
Oh, I lost count. It's a
And
lot.
you
I
all
can
of
count
them.
I can count pretty
So
high.
you're saying
How
you're
many
literally-
Whole
How many
brass.
horns were there?
You're literally saying
Mhm.
that you voluntarily watched a gay porn where some guy's sucking multiple.
No,
mini
he's
dicks.
blowing. It's a horn blower.
If somebody blew air into my dick,
Yeah.
I would fucking kill them.
Why?
What
Have
if
you
it
ever-
was your wife?
Yeah. Well, we'll see. But like, so
For science.
have either one of you ever pissed
Sophie!
have either one of you ever gone to take a piss and pissed air?
No, I'm not
No.
broken. Yeah.
No, because I don't get intimate with air compressors.
And you're very judgmental right now, and I don't like that.
Don't kink shame.
Yeah, okay. No, after I got my surgery done, I had a catheter in, and the nurse pulled it out, and I went to go pee, and I pissed air.
Well, yeah, you had air in your bladder, I'm sure.
Right, and I was like,
Lying.
because I went up to her afterwards, and I was like, so this just happened. Is this normal? She's like,
Yeah,
I actually don't know.
Derry's sharing it.
And then yeah, I know, but I was like, okay, I'll go Google it, and then it's like, yeah, sometimes it happens
just
with
happens.
catheter, and so I was pissing air. One of the most awkward sensations I've had in my entire life. It was weird.
Yeah, but it wasn't bad. Yeah, look at that
Oh,
beautiful
yeah.
uniform.
That's not even a stand-up car. That's a fucking. That's
Yeah,
a-
that's a Prevost.
you cannot move in that collar.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have a stand-up collar right
I
now.
have a stand
You
collar.
can
Yeah.
barely move.
Yeah.
And like that.
And he's wearing a stock. He's got a neck like mine, for crying out loud.
The guy's
Holy
a fucking
shit.
giraffe. Yeah.
At least he doesn't have a fucking flounder head, which is good.
Well, he kind of did.
He kind of does. Yeah.
Buttons McGee.
No. you
I do
Yeah, I
like I do like the 95th rifles green.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Those are sharp when they're not covered in dirt.
Sharps.
Sharps.
That was unintentional.
Very punny. Love it.
That was an unintentional pun.
You could say that
But
he was looking.
I was trying to find a picture of him with his helmet on, but the only one I can find is a rear aspect. It's basically of his jaw and his ear. You can only see the chin strap.
You're getting off on that, aren't you? You get a little semi going.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oof.
I'll have to have my wife take care of it later.
Oof. Then do the blowing thing.
Yeah, maybe I'll try it.
Gotta find it.
Have
out.
her blow into your bladder and you can piss air and tell me how it feels.
Dick fart.
What if I end up liking it though?
Yeah, exactly. Then
Oh,
you can
well,
dick
that-
fart all over the place.
Then you've got a problem,
Yeah.
and you're like, I need this to survive. It gets through.
Ooh, guess what? I've got an air hose hooked up to the back of my driver's seat in my truck.
Ooh.
Yeah, but that might pop your bladder, and I mean, it's not
No,
good.
no risk, no reward.
Yeah, exactly. For science.
What has science done?
Nothing.
Well,
A lot of stuff.
a lot of horror, man-made horror is beyond all imagination,
Science is great, or otherwise all those Nazis wouldn't have helped us get to the moon.
right?
See? We had to do it
Operation
before it
Paperclip. Daniel, you're playing with your choo-choo.
Yeah, nice fucking dad chuckle there.
Hey, you'll figure it out.
Hey,
You'll have
flip
it. You'll get
flip
it too.
that burger. It needs to be flipped right now. That's you right now. Yeah, that burger. I think it needs to be flipped.
I agree. It does kind of need to be flipped. It's getting
Nah.
too done on one side.
Fucking,
Yeah.
fucking Christ.
Clicking the tongues as you're walking over.
Yeah, just fucking.
Gotta click them. Gotta click them.
I'm not gonna tell you how to grill, but like, yeah, I would do this.
Yeah,
Go fuck yourself.
he's fine. It's fine. I
Grill
don't want a
master.
burger that's too done on one side. God.
God damn.
I've got a really nice grill that I built out of a 55-gallon barrel. That thing takes an entire bag of charcoal in order just to run.
Here we go.
I mean, it sounds pretty nice.
So you take an
I-
entire fucking so Jake, hold on. When you have to grill 3 fucking burgers, right?
I have a small grill. I have a
Yeah,
small round,
propane?
like
Propane and
No.
propane accessories.
no, it's all charcoal.
Oh, the Weber. Okay.
Well, it's not a Weber, but it's the Weber
The same
size.
style. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
I can't afford a Weber.
Bullshit.
They're pretty cheap,
You-
aren't they?
No, Webers
Look
are
at-
not
no,
cheap.
They're fucking
Really?
expensive. Webers are.
Yeah,
You get what
Yeah,
you pay for. 'cause that
Just
grill
like the
will-
classic Weber kettle. It's-
yeah.
yeah. The classic Weber kettle grills, the what are they, like 2-foot round, 24-inch diameter
Yeah.
ones?
Yep.
Those things are like $200 now
Why?
because they're such heavy steel.
Yeah. And they're made in the U.S. and yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
I've got a what is it, a Grill Master or a Flame Master, whatever the fuck the off brand is, that's made out of light gauge steel, and it fucking works. But that's what I use if I'm just grilling a couple of burgers. But the big grill, if I have a lot of people coming over or if I'm grilling steaks, they go on the big grill because that big grill is so good for steak.
Well, yeah, it's a 55-gallon oil drum. It's got all that American, freedom juice in it. Still, just
Yeah.
right in the steel.
I actually stole it from a former employer.
acquired.
Yes.
That's how I got mine. I just cut holes
Oh.
in mine to make it into an incinerator.
Alexi, thank you. He just sent me a linky to exactly what I was looking for, and I couldn't find because Google image sucks.
Or your sleuthing skills. So
There. He's got the picture. Do the thing, Mike.
man, the thing.
Yeah, the thing
With the stuff
with the clicker.
You
tap,
know,
tap, tap,
man.
and the
know.
thing.
Look, the burger's getting too done on the one side. Do the thing.
Man, you want to go back around the side of the house and do push-ups?
No, that sounds terrible. The burger's gonna burn.
It doesn't have the smoker on it yet, but I do have materials to put a smoker on it, and that is part of the plan for this summer.
There it is. Look at that.
Oh fuck yeah! Look at that.
He does kind of have a flounder face.
Yeah.
No, he did. Dude, if you ever meet this fucking piece
Yeah.
of shit in real life, his head is giant and flat.
Yeah.
It's
a
like
flounder.
this wide and it's this tall and it's deep.
It's not good. It's really not good. Like I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
He does kind of look like he got smacked right in the face real hard by a 2x4. Like his eyes are kind of together.
Well, he's wearing glasses, so you really can't tell how close.
No,
his
the
eyes
guy
are.
in the picture.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought he was talking about me.
Oh no, this guy's
No.
got fetal alcohol syndrome.
He looks like he got whacked real good,
He's-
right square in the face.
Well, he was a provost.
his mom was a drinker. We'll just say it that way. And
Everybody was a drinker back in the 1800s.
You had to. The water was poison.
So, Jesus.
This is true. we already went over that, Zach.
You're gonna have to go back and rewatch the whole.
Or start taking guesses.
Yeah, take a guess, Zach. Nobody else in the comments help him. He's on his own. You guess what fucking uniform he's wearing.
It's obviously they already got it. It's the Canadian Post Office uniform.
Or the RCMP. They're interchangeable. They
Oh,
do that
God.
for budgetary
You guys are
reasons.
making me I'm gonna throw up. I can't.
Here, have some red 40. It'll make you feel better.
Red 40.
Yeah,
Devin, run out and get him an old English 40.
I wish. Oh,
Dude, yeah, we were talking about that on Discord today about that.
Yeah, if you want to join Mike's Discord, you got to join the Patreon. $5 a month, and you can get into the Discord.
There is a goddamn paywall. We've got some really funny fucking people in there and knowledgeable
What's
people
wrong,
as well.
Daniel? Did your train
And,
break?
that's against the Geneva checklist.
What? What's against the Geneva checklist?
Breaking a train.
Well, he's 2.
And a war crime is a war crime.
He's not Canadian.
That doesn't. There's still war crimes that could be done.
If anything, he's German.
Spoken like a true fucking Canuck.
What?
Oh, you can still commit war crimes if you're 2. Because we did it doesn't mean it's any worse.
I'm trying to get other people to commit war crimes. It's fine.
So it offsets.
Guilty conscience.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make us look as bad.
Guilty conscience much?
Little, maybe.
How many war crimes have you committed today, Devin?
Today, 0.
Well, then you are a failure of a Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But
he's not Canadian though. That's the problem.
He is Canadian. I don't care how long I don't care how long he's a mud duck. He's still a Canadian.
He still acts like a fucking Canadian. Look at what he's wearing. He's
still
has
Canuckistani,
but he's technically a fucking American. And
no, he's not. He's a Canuckistani.
Fair. I'm not going to argue that.
He probably has a remote control in his fucking house somewhere where he can control the Canadian geese.
Nobody can control those. That's why they fly into those jets and shit. Like that time Air Force One had to be grounded because a goose flew into the fucking engine and wrecked one of the engines and it had to land early.
Yeah, that was an attempted war crime.
It was a Canadian terrorist attack. So.
I still maintain that Canadian geese are biologically engineered machines controlled by Ottawa to spy on the rest of the world.
It's the part of the Canadian Air Force.
Yes, they're the eyes and ears. The U.S. has Reaper drones. Canada has geese.
Yeah, have you noticed how like all the U.S. jets follow our traditional formation, the V? So.
They just every single goose has a fucking wireless transmitter wired into its brain, into the.
Well, no. Here's the thing, Jake. Is like the Canadians. Yeah, they have the geese. We've got birds because birds are just fucking CIA drones that spy on us and they recharge on power lines. That's why they sit up there and they don't get shocked because they're recharging. They spy on us. They record everything we're doing.
Is that why there's brownouts in Southern California?
Yeah,
there's so many drones recharging.
If only we had cell phones they could just spy on.
That'd be a good idea.
That would be a good idea. Somebody tell the NSA.
I have conversations with my NSA agent almost on a daily basis. It's a one-way conversation. Like he just sits there and listens and tries not to murder himself.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm playing Mech Warrior 5.
Yeah.
Oh god damn it. National security issue. Maybe talk about it later.
I ask him every morning how the family's doing.
They don't have families.
How's your family doing, Tone? Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Every morning, whenever I'm on the phone, when I'm at work. He never responds to me.
No,
because then he would let me know that
you just can't hear him. You just can't hear him.
Yeah.
But he's probably going,
right on.
My family's doing well, man. Thank you for asking.
Security breach.
I'm glad somebody cares. I'm glad somebody cares. By the way, you're still on the list.
Yeah.
I just wish I could talk to you.
Good luck trying to get on a plane, asshole.
After some of the things that you've said, you're definitely not traveling anywhere outside the state.
Oh god!
But I still respect you so much, and
I miss my family so much. I've been at work for 18 straight hours. I slept under my desk last night.
I don't want to eat my fucking pistol, but I will. Okay.
They took my bullets. They took my live ammunition away from me. They gave me snap caps.
I don't know what I'm doing, but at least you care. At least you care, Jake. At least you care.
I got bored one night and I was trying to impress Rachel next door, so I covered my teeth in white out, and it turns out it just looks weird.
Well, White Out's actually really tasty, so I just started buying it in bulk with the GSA card.
Yeah.
No, I've got a problem, and I can't tell anybody about it. But Jake gets me. He gets me.
Oh god.
God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking Christ.
Oh gosh.
Oh God. Oh.
You're my only friend since my wife ran off with the milkman.
All of a sudden, the fucking stream gets zapped, and it's
Yeah.
like, well, there's our cue.
Yeah.
Quincy at the NSA is not pleased.
That's right.
They were making fun of him, you know.
He's
I
fine.
thought his name was Andrew.
Everyone's is different, probably.
Quincy, Andrew.
I bet Mike's NSA agent is Quincy.
Yeah, yours is probably Josh. Or Steven.
I hope that Mike's is like one of those.
Or Habib. With my luck, it's Habib.
Well, that's Middle Eastern. They yours is probably
Well, they had to outsource.
Yeah, it's probably Vijay. That's a
Yeah,
very
he probably
common name.
he probably shits on the beach too.
Today I was out there, and Jake, he really understands me. He actually tried to make communication with me, and I wish I could talk back to him, but the NSA says I cannot do that. And then I went out on the beach today, and when I was taking my my daily shit on the beach, I was embarrassed, but I actually felt some relief because somebody in the world gets me. My family does not get me, but I can't. I can't.
We just did so many racisms.
You want to zap the fucking string over that? Go for it.
I don't think I'm gonna survive.
I bet Jake's NSA agent's name is Toby, which is like the whitest guy.
Well,
and he's actually black.
Yeah,
His name is Toby, but he's actually black.
and that's the only reason they let him work there.
motherfucker, this man right here, he understands my ass. I get nothing from back home. I get nothing from my baby mama. And I get nothing. But Jake, he understands it. I'm still gonna turn his ass in, so he on the no-fly list, motherfucker.
We're gonna make sure he gets pulled over, and they're gonna plant crack on him.
And his Discord screen name is Kunta Kinte.
Yes. And he fucking... oh my god. The red 40's coming up and swirling around. Oh fuck. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. I respect the hell out of Jet, man, but goddamn, he's just a boring ass shit. I can't. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Oh fuck.
Toby Washington over there is.
Toby Washington. Oh, I can't say that word. Motherfucker. My last name is Washington Jefferson. Motherfucker, get it right.
Yeah, Toby Washington Jefferson.
Oh fuck. Man, that Jefferson dude. I have to stop. I'm gonna start dropping shit that's gonna get it.
We're
zapped.
gonna get hard R. We just lost 5 people.
Oh yeah, we lost more than that. We lost
we're gonna
12 people.
We're gonna get hard R eventually.
Oh,
Mike
Lost 12 people. There wasn't even 12 people watching.
No, there was 20. There was 29.
Well, they're probably pretty thin-skinned.
Yeah, well, fuck it. It's fucking
Or they're all NSA agents who just passed out at their desks.
Yeah, exactly. Like today is like that's what we were talking about. On a serious note, for a second before we go back to that bullshit, which is amazing. When we were in the military, like it was so fucking awesome to sit around and just make fun of everyone. We were all in the same shit sandwich together. There was fucking Asian people, Hispanic people, fucking black people, white people, Jewish.
Yeah, but you couldn't make fun of the black people because they would have written you up and given you an Article 15.
Not true. Certain people would have, but in our unit, that did not fucking happen.
No, not our unit.
Yeah, but no.
You were with the MPs, and all of them were black.
Well, I'm saying our unit. I'm talking about our unit.
Yeah.
Dude, we sat around and just fucking razzed the piss out of each other.
That's right.
For every it was fucking brutal, but that's where I got most of my hilarious racist jokes was from people of all these races saying those jokes.
I think I think my respiration has returned to normal.
Yeah, I was getting lightheaded because I wasn't breathing right. I was just laughing.
Toby Washington Jefferson over there is like, good, we could get back to monitoring now. After he's like slapping his desk over here.
Yeah,
like they got it right.
I read that shit, motherfucker. I'm trying to not drop the fucking word. So
Toby probably passed out from oxygen deprivation because he was laughing too hard and he's laying under his desk twitching.
Quick, go get me some fried chicken and watermelon.
Who the fuck doesn't like fried chicken and watermelon though? Who the fuck doesn't like that?
With grape soda.
Grape drank. It's not grape soda.
Purple drink.
Shit. Purple drank. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
it's purple drank. Who the fuck doesn't like that flavor combo though?
British people, because they put salt
I
on
don't even really care for watermelon, and I like that flavor combination. But mainly the reason why I don't like watermelon is because of seeds.
Yeah, well, whatever. Seedless watermelon with fucking fried chicken and grape drink or purple drink. Dude, fucking amazing. You cannot beat it.
And sweet potato fries.
Whatever the fuck you want to put with it, but like the main course and like the main enjoyment is that.
I don't think I've had a purple drink in probably 10 years.
Yeah, it's good shit. It's disgusting.
Is it one of those things though where it's like, because every now and then I'll get like a craving for something like stupid. Like a while ago, before I found out I was lactose intolerant, I used to like remember that like stupid like pink Nesquik you used to get that made your milk strawberry.
Oh, strawberry shit, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I remember that being really good when I was a kid, and I bought some, and I was like, this is fucking disgusting. Why did I want this?
I've had a lot of those experiences. Yeah.
If you're lactose intolerant, how the hell did they let you across the border into Wisconsin?
I just drove.
Yeah.
You didn't have to ford the river with a chicken on your head?
No, I just turned left at the light, and came right in.
Yeah, fucking A.
To be fair, like most hard.
Oh, yep. I know which way you came across now. Yeah. You came down the big hill and then turned left at the light in the little town and went across the bridge.
Yeah, right there at Taylor Falls. Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna say the town.
Why? We're far enough away from there.
I knew which town. I knew exactly what town.
Border crossing, yeah.
Unless you're a little sleuth like you are, there's no way people can know where I live. So we'll just put it that way.
Except for those GPS coordinates I put in the chat. No.
Whoops. Whoops a daisy.
Put in the chat. I see him on the screen. I'm watching it on YouTube.
He's blinking in Morse code.
Yeah.
Torture. Shut the fuck up.
I didn't say anything.
Well, Mike, you shouldn't have shoved your fucking anal beads up his ass before you came on stream if you didn't want him to blink out torture.
Joke's on him. They were too small. Yeah.
I have to get bigger wooden dowels then. I have to get bigger wooden dowels and stronger.
Menards.
Yep.
That's right.
Make a trip to Menards. Devin put Mike's address on Live Leak.
Yeah, you do that. So today we were out there. We were out bullshit in the garage for a bit, or Mike's Military HQ, and we were just sitting there bullshitting for a bit, and all of a sudden this vehicle pulls into my driveway, and I'm not familiar, and I'm like,
a van with 4 people in suits pulling.
Yep, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get my gun.
I wouldn't worry about if it was a van. Because the government drives Suburbans.
No. It was a van, and I was like, but creepy looking dude in the driver's seat. So I grabbed my gun, and I was like, I turned the lights off, and I was like, hey, Devin, just lay low.
So anyway, I start blasting.
Yeah.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
4 of them in a van?
Yeah. So they got 2 like teenage chicks to like run out and like put this fucking
flyer in the
door. They knocked, and Sophie's like not going to answer that shit. If somebody's knocking at the door and we're outside and we don't,
go intercept it.
Yeah, it's like she's like, nah, I'm not answering the fucking door. And so anyway, they leave and everything, and I'm like, God. And Devin's like, you just put a no soliciting sign up, and I'm like, it won't work out here. But
it definitely won't work against Jehovah's Witnesses.
No,
they're required by their church that they have to spread the word a certain number of hours a week.
Yeah, and they were spreading the word, but
And what they do here is they just send out a letter in the mail, so they don't bother us.
They
out
did as
here.
well. But like they showed up to like we were just sitting there talking, and all of a sudden I'm like, who the fuck is this? And so if you show up at my property, expect to have lead drawn on your position, unless I know you're coming.
Yeah, we should have killed those Jehovah's Witnesses. I'll show you spreading blood all over the driveway.
You know, the thing I don't understand about Jehovah's Witnesses is their church says that there's only like 400,000 seats in heaven, and all of them are spoken for. So what's the point? What's the point?
Maybe
you don't have one of those 400,000 seats. So what's the point?
Eventually, somebody will have to get up because they have to pee, and then what chair will become available.
Well, okay, so that comment was actually really funny because
they could finally meet God.
Right, because as soon as I grabbed my gun in the garage, I grabbed my gun, just whatever. I didn't know. I thought they were Jehovah's, but like I don't take any risks with people. I don't trust people, and so I have my gun. And he goes, "Well, they should learn how to meet Satan." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll fucking show them the way."
That's right. Do you have a minute to talk about Jesus? I don't know. Do you got a couple hours to talk about Satan?
Yeah.
Right. And
have you found Jesus? Well, no, but I've been looking for him all day. Come on in and help me.
Yeah.
I didn't have a compact surplus gun. Trust me, it's something better than that. So
he's got a 240 on a pintle mount in the garage.
I fucking wish.
Why? It probably would be rusted shut by now, anyways. What? Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking.
Yeah.
He's gonna murder you in your sleep.
No, this is personal. He's not gonna be asleep while that happens.
Yeah, he's got to find the big anal beads.
He's just gonna sit right on your chest.
Oh, I'm not gonna find the big anal beads. I'm gonna make them.
Ooh.
Yeah, out of fucking wooden dowels and 550 cord.
All right.
Monkey knots.
Not sanded, not lubed.
Yeah, that's all right. I make my own.
So do I.
Eating dental floss and pooping out pellets does not count as making your own anal beads.
I mean, potato.
What? Fucking ass. You're such a fucking retard. Like, good God. What
come on,
fuck, man?
Anyway, getting back to Jehovah's Witnesses, Holly actually has a really funny story about Jehovah's Witnesses from when we lived up in Wausau. And she actually answered.
I want to know who Jehovah is and where they witnessed him.
They didn't. That's the problem.
Well, how you trying to convince me to do it then if you've never even seen the guy?
Exactly. That's how much sense they make.
I should just roll out the hog.
Yeah.
I should have just walked out there with my pants down at my fucking ankles and acted like a fucking
open front robe, like tiny whitey. Yeah.
But I was like, oh, they're probably underage, so it's like that's another set of charges.
Those girls were very young, but they were also on your property. You're allowed to be naked on your own property.
But that's another set of charges if it actually got pressed forward.
They can't. Yeah, they came on your property.
It's like, well, yeah,
unlawfully without being invited.
Just lay out the fucking hog.
Yeah,
just like run over and be like, what are you doing here? And then it's swinging everywhere and like, what the fuck? And then they go away immediately. That would have probably been a better
waving
strategy.
a Benelli M4 open fucking front row.
My pants are down at my ankles. Just I'm gonna take a fucking piss on my own property. There's not a goddamn thing you could say. Okay, good day, sir.
Yep.
Is this gravel driveway a beach?
Yeah, I got a shit.
I gotta take a fucking shit. There's not a goddamn thing you're gonna do to stop me on my own fucking property. What do you want?
I'm gluten intolerant, and I just ate a whole loaf of Wonder Bread.
What are we doing here? Get the fuck off my property or watch me take a shit. Those are your options.
Watch me. Eye contact.
And then they get like the fucking food spray, like the spray paint. Yeah. Witness me. From fucking Fury Road.
Witness me.
I will let you witness Jehovah.
Oh my god.
Just ass blast all over the yard.
Just fucking
Not even
absolute,
like a brick. You get like the one plop, and
Oh,
then it's
just
like a
fucking taking-
shotgun blast.
and then you piss, shit, and throw up at the same time, vomit, like everything's just coming out. Like they go, oh, okay, and then they get back on the fucking. That would be a story for them to
Yep.
tell.
Have a nice day.
These unclean people that we went
Mike.
to their house.
Mike, you need to get a Goodwill bathrobe just for answering the door for
Yeah.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Open front bathrobe.
A Goodwill bathrobe, so it has all pre-stained already.
You got to
Oh.
get like a set of like tidy whiteys too, and like age them where the like the elastic band is coming off in certain parts, and it's got like a mustard stain on it.
Oh,
Yeah,
now we're talking.
yeah. You just wear that with your open front like robe.
And I've got a Tavor
Yeah.
sling over my
Yeah.
chest, and like my guts hanging out. and it's
Unabomber
just-
hat.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
guts hanging out, and it's like full swing. And it's
Yeah.
like, yeah,
And you answer the door with 4 lit cigarettes between your
Oh.
fingers.
that's another thing. Yeah, you got to be, and then also we got to get food because when you smoke while you eat, that's
hot dog.
Yeah.
A hot dog that's dripping in mustard.
Like
Just
Devin
dripping.
said earlier, you got the mixed drink and cigarettes in one hand, and you got your food in the other. The Tavor's hanging over the chest. You're in a bathrobe. There's
A
mustard.
stained bathrobe.
There's stains everywhere, and you go. You want to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
Well, you're looking at him.
And then answer in your Jesse Ventura voice.
Yeah.
You want to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Well, I'll be damned. You're looking at him right now. So let's get down to the brass
They
tacks.
call me the body.
I gotta be out.
Oh, Jesus was also the body.
I gotta get out of here in about 20 minutes. So let's make this quick.
I've got all the body you can handle, and you
Yeah.
can provide the blood.
We're gonna go ahead and get this done so I can sell it and move on with my life. God damn. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, but I mean, how fucking funny would it be to like, but again, they were like definitely underage chicks. So it's like, again, if I was to do that shit with like older people, which was who were driving the vehicle, that's one thing, that's one charge. But when
like
you get,
two 16-year-old girls.
yeah, I'm like, I'm not
Can't
risking
be
the charge.
indecent exposure if you're inside your own house.
I wasn't inside I was inside my garage.
Well,
I
it can't be
know,
on his
but
own property either because they came onto his property. You can be naked on your own property as long as you're not
Yeah.
Not in
actively
public
pleasuring
view.
yourself.
Yeah, girls, let me tell you something about the law. I am the law, and I know it. And when you came onto my property, you forfeited your safety. Oh, yeah, that's going to go over really fucking well in court.
Yeah,
You know, like,
yes.
as long as you show up in the same outfit that you they
Yeah.
And you talk to the judge the same way.
Your Honor, I actually, that day I was in a bad place, but I still stand by my actions because that's my own property. I pay taxes. I pay good money to the federal and state and county governments. Why the hell should I not be allowed to
And-
walk out there with my pants down at my ankles? I'm like, hold on.
Well,
I can't fucking do
Your
this.
Honor, my taxes pay your salary too.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a minute, because when I was governor of Minnesota, your taxes or Minnesotan people's taxes paid my salary, and I made more money when I was a governor than I spent on my campaign. So why don't you tell me what I'm doing here?
right. Well, there was this big discussion for the longest time because out by where I used to live, when I used to live in the ghetto, a couple blocks away from me was where I would go run in the morning, was this nudist couple who lived there, and they had people press charges against them
Yeah.
about being naked in their own front yard. And ultimately it went up to like the Ninth Circuit, which is just below like the state Supreme Court.
Yep.
And they were like, as long as they're not actively pleasuring themselves,
Yep.
they can be on their own property to do it. So like when he would have to go get his mail, he would have to put like a shirt and pants on to step over the sidewalk to get his mail.
Yep.
But if he was on his own property, as long as he wasn't actively
Yeah.
pleasuring himself, he could be fully
Well,
naked
it's
in front
also
of.
the basically the whole like court system in the United States.
Yeah.
You have to prove intent.
Yeah. And it's like, he's like, I've
Yeah.
been a nudist for years and all this other stuff. And it boiled down to like, they're like, anybody can be naked on their own property As long as they're not actively pleasuring themselves or doing anything
trying to
like
harm someone,
or doing anything
Yeah.
nefarious. You could just be naked gardening for all you want, and nobody could do anything about it.
Did you see that Robert Kennedy might pick Jesse Ventura as his running mate?
Heck
Yeah, here's the problem I have with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I think he's a patriot. His parents were patriots. The whole Kennedy family are patriots. However, I don't know. He wasn't there back in the day, right when I got out of the Navy SEALs, and I was wrestling Bob Backlund, and I was approached, and Hugo Chavez was calling me on the phone. He wasn't there for those days. He was in politics, and so I don't know if I really trust him if I'd be his running mate. He'd have to sell it to me, and that's the thing we did back in the WWE. We had to sell it, and if he can't sell me, what are we doing here? Why don't you tell me why I should be his running mate?
So you could wrestle Bob Backlund like a greased up guy.
Greased up deaf guy?
Yeah, but why, if you're such a patriot, why don't you tell me why I should be RFK Jr.'s running mate?
Because you were a Navy SEAL and it was good for you?
Yeah, I was. And 58,000 of my brethren died in Vietnam from a false flag that happened at the Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah.
And so why don't you tell me why I should run for a government who doesn't recognize that? Why don't you tell me if you're such a patriot?
Because if you're a president, then that can't happen because you won't let it happen.
Oh, excuse me. Why don't you tell me why I should be the vice president of the United States and not the president himself?
Why don't you?
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
I just did.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
You're giving me backhanded answers. You're not really answering the question here. Why don't you tell me why I shouldn't be president?
I don't know. I'll think about it.
Yeah. Oh, if you're such
because
a
you were governor of Minnesota.
Yeah. Excuse me. Wait a second. Yeah, I was governor of Minnesota.
And a damn good one, too.
Actually, he was. But
because I'll get you 8,000 gallons of potable water and a silo full of tortillas.
See, now we're talking because I live in the Baja.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know anything about Mexico, but down there
it kind of sucks.
No, excuse me. It doesn't. Have you ever been to Mexico?
Yes.
Where?
The Baja.
Because I live in the Baja.
Tijuana to be.
And I'll tell you something. Excuse me. I'll tell you something. When you pay property taxes down there, if you pay it in January, it's 30% off.
Ooh, sweet.
If you pay it in, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm talking here.
Okay.
If you pay it in February, it's 20% off. In March, it's 10, and it's due in April. So why don't you tell me why we don't do that in the United States of America when Mexico's got it figured out? Hold on. Wait a minute.
Like money.
No, I've got a silo full of tortillas.
Yep.
And by the way, regular scrambled eggs on tortillas. It's a great meal. It's very underrated. That's why I have a silo full of tortillas and a 10,000 gallons of potable water outside of my surf shack in the Baja. So why don't you tell me why we can't figure that out here in the United States? Yeah, follow the money. Follow the money. And I've been saying that for years and nobody's been listening. When I was governor of Minnesota, nobody listened to me.
Well, we followed the money, and it turns out you actually missed 6 payments on that silo full of tortillas.
Well, wait a minute here. No, wait a minute. No, there were no payments missed because I had the workers over there and I paid them in cash. And every night they were building that silo and they were stocking the tortillas. I said one word and one word only, cerveza. And I don't drink. I gave that up a long time ago. But I said cerveza, and I bought them a few beers, and they built my silo by my surf shack, and they stocked it with fresh tortillas. So don't you sit here and tell me that I never paid for that.
No, I'm just saying you missed some payments.
I didn't miss any payments. Where are you getting this information from? Because it's not the same.
Your public tax.
No, it's not. No.
Didn't you overpay?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Pretty sure you overpaid. You paid more than you needed to for it.
Well,
because you were being generous.
When I was the mayor of St. Louis Park, the second largest city in Minnesota, before I was governor, I went to go get my concealed carry permit, and they said no. the sheriff denied me. He said, you have security. I said, well, that's not right. And so when I was wrestling Bob Backlund in 82, I had come out of the Navy SEALs with not $300 to my name, walking in, and Vince McMahon said, okay, you can wrestle for us, but you got to be the
body.
The bot. Well, no, it was the bad guy, and I had to sell it. And he said, I think you could sell it. And at that time, I was in really good shape. And then, when I was governor of Minnesota, I went in and I can't do this anymore.
Yep. Putting it on for a long time.
No, but like, it's like, that's what he like does lately is like, he just fucking goes from one thing to another. And it's
tangent
like,
to tangent to tangent.
All right. Like, what are we doing here? And I went to go see the Rolling Stones. And I was in the front row when that guy got stabbed. I didn't see it happen, but I was there.
Well, I thought you were going to tell me that the Stones don't actually move. They're just sitting there.
No, they roll, but they're in wheelchairs, and they have people pushing them around. Except for the lead singer, he actually has a Little Rascal power chair.
Oh, he's got a Rascal
nice.
scooter.
Yeah.
Keith Richards will outlive all of us.
Yeah, he's still standing like he was 20.
That motherfucker,
exactly the same.
He's been through so much.
Pickled.
Oh, he's pickled, but he's gonna outlive all of us.
Yeah.
We just have to wonder, like, what kind of world we're gonna leave to Keith Richards.
Right.
Silent, full of tortillas and 10,000 gallons of potable water.
Yeah, and it's really a good thing. You should try it sometime. I live in the Baja.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That really
how in the world? How much time did you put into trying to imitate him? Like, seriously.
20 seconds.
Like today, or just overall?
No, just in general. How long did it take you to actually perfect the Jesse Ventura imitation?
I've been able to do it for
a while,
like over a decade. Like, well, probably about 20 years actually, because he came to my school. Like, I've told this story a million times on the stream, but like for the new people, like he came to my school in like 2002. Yeah, I was in 7th grade. So he came to our school when he was governor. He came by himself in a Canadian tuxedo. He drove himself, and he just walked in and gave a speech while he was governor. No fucking security, no nothing, just him. He's a big dude. He's like 6'4". He's built like a brick shit house. And he came there and he was talking, and he was just basically going over his like life story and everything. Like, yeah, and I did this and I did that. And he's sitting in front of us. And after that, I started like making fun of it to my friends. They're like, well, yeah, like once my voice changed in like, I think it was 8th grade, my voice changed and I could do it better because it was more raspy and like lower pitched. And then people were just laughing at it because I'm like,
it wasn't cracking and squeaking every third word.
No, that was in like, it was around 7th or 8th grade that my voice changed. It was like 12 or 13 when that happened. And but when I did that, because like I've got a picture, I can get my yearbook, it's somewhere, of him sitting next to one of my friends at the lunch. He had lunch with us. He had school lunch with us.
That's actually kind of cool.
No, dude, again, he showed up by himself, gave a speech, and there was this, I do remember this. Again, I know you guys have heard this probably more than once, but like for the people that haven't, we're in the auditorium, we're in the gymnasium, right? We're in the bleachers and shit. And this one chick, this girl, I don't remember who it was like, hey, Jesse. And he goes, yeah. Will you sign my arm? He goes, there are 2 things I will never sign. And I forgot what the first one was. He said, and I will not sign skin. And he said it just like that. And I was like, oh, okay, all right. And she was like devastated. And everybody's like, oh, like laughing, making fun of her. And he's like, all right, next question. And then we're dumb kids. We're in middle school, right? And they're just asking dumb questions. He goes, yeah, back when I was doing that. And he was like going on. But like, I literally I was like right next to him. And it was like hearing him in person. He sounds like, so what I notice is like when he's on like recordings and shit, he sounds a lot lower pitched. Like his tone is a lot lower in his voice. In real life, it's like kind of more higher pitched, like, yeah, well, instead of, yeah, well, like when he was doing his wrestling shit. And so I started just like trying to mimic that. And when my voice changed, we would always like kind of go back on when Jesse Ventura came to our school and talked, and I was like, I do not shine skin. And people were like, you sound just like him. And I was like, okay. And I kept rolling with it because I was watching him. Like a lot of things I agree with him on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that I don't. I'm like, I would like to talk with him, not debate him per se, but like just talk with him and be like,
and show him how a Carcano works.
Yes, I would love to show him how a fucking I have.
Well, you tell me. You tell me.
Yeah, well, why don't you tell me if you're
works.
such an expert on this subject? Why don't you tell me how Lee Harvey Oswald was able to make those 3 shots in less than 6 seconds? Because I went out there and tried the same shots, and I'll tell you what, I couldn't do it. And I qualified expert marksman when I was governor of Minnesota. Well, yeah, but Jesse, you did that on the AR-15, which you were also proficient with from your time in the SEALs and probably afterwards. But yeah, well, here's the thing: a rifle is a rifle is a rifle. Well, I don't agree with you, not. Jesse. It's a Carcano, a bolt-action rifle. You can become very fast. Yeah, well, why don't you tell me how many times you qualified expert? Every fucking time I shot when I was in the military. Okay, so what I'm saying is, this bolt, you can actually work the. Yeah, well, when I was governor of Minnesota, I qualified at Camp Ripley, and I qualified expert mark. Okay, I get that. I understand that, Jesse. But like, the Carcano, and like, I would never be able to get a word in edgewise. That's the problem. It was like I'd be like, dude, I'll go out there and show you how to fucking work a bolt action with your palm instead of like grabbing it like a fucking Neanderthal and like pussyfooting around with the fucking bolt every shot. Because the Carcano, like if you do that, it's gonna fuck up. You have to work the Carcano with purpose. You have to go, and it does work. And it's like, but if I were to talk to him, it'd be very frustrating. But I'd still do it. I'm willing to talk with the guy because I think his life has been fucking awesome. He's done so many different things, and like,
if anybody watching has a way to contact Jesse Ventura, tell him that Mike B wants to interview him live.
Well, I don't use a cell phone. My wife has all of my contact information, and if somebody worthwhile is going to be wanting to interview me or talk to me, she'll tell me. But I haven't used a cell phone ever, and I'm proud to say that, which I do respect. I do, to be honest with you, like I do respect that. But it's just like yeah, and. It'd be funny to like, because I mean, he's lived so many fucking lives. He's done so much shit in his life. He's not going to remember coming to fucking my middle school. I was just about to say the name. Coming to my middle school in 2002. If he's like,
I don't sign skin still.
If I were to say it to him, he'd probably be like, oh, was that at so-and-so middle school in 2002?
Yeah.
I'd be like, yeah, I was there. I saw you speak, and I liked you.
Yeah.
Like you're wearing a fucking full Canadian tuxedo, just all denim, like a Marlboro fucking, it was amazing.
Yeah.
There on your own, no security, as you were a sitting governor of the state right next door. To us.
Yeah.
And
why did he go visit your school?
I don't know.
When he
I
was
think somebody
governor?
asked him.
He was going to Milwaukee to get beers.
No, he doesn't drink. Like he hasn't drank in years.
No, he had to get beers for his kid who did drink because they were throwing parties.
He was probably just on his way to Chippewa.
Yeah. No, our school asked him to come speak, and he said, okay. And then just again drove himself on a weekday, dressed the way he was. He spoke to us probably over an hour.
The state's not gonna implode in the 3 hours it's gonna take me to go over to the school in Wisconsin.
Right. And
his kid threw a rager in the governor's mansion and nearly burned it down.
Which he corrected.
He did.
And I would, if Jesse was my dad and I did that and got caught, I would not want to fucking feel the repercussions of that. Jesse's probably like, all right, what's going to happen now is you're going to go to your room while I figure out how to fucking end you without killing you.
Breaches through his window while his kid's asleep in the night with like 19 dogs.
I'm gonna figure out how to turn you into a pretzel without breaking a single bone.
Yeah, well, I mean, he could he's a big fucking dude.
Yeah.
Like
I remember when he was governor.
Yeah, I mean he's 6'4" and he's also built because you can be 6'4" in a string bean, but no, that guy is he's bigger than me, build wise, but he's also muscular.
Yeah,
he's fucking huge.
Not like me when I was actually skinny, 6'0", and I was a string bean.
Yeah, and that's how you get. And then I get a little bit. I don't have the glamour muscles, but I get a little bit more built and filled out. But no, Jesse's like probably 1.5 the width of my. You remember my shoulders, right? And it's
No,
like
I haven't seen you in over a decade in person.
Yeah, true. But like, so Jesse's a fucking. I mean, this. So take Duke, right?
Yep.
Blow him up a little bit more. Add a bunch of muscle. That's
an inverted isosceles triangle.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's Jesse, and he's very well put together. He was before he fucking lost his mind the past few years after all that Chris Kyle shit, which I'm on his side for that. Like I think that was bullshit what happened.
Yeah.
But anyway, after that he kind of lost his mind.
Because he really didn't say anything that wasn't
true
established.
And he also didn't say what Chris Kyle claims he said.
No.
And I actually believe Jesse because Jesse's a lot of things, but
he's not a liar.
He's not a liar. He's a very fucking blunt. Whatever the fuck is on his mind, he'll say, but he's not an idiot.
That's why you like him, is because you're exactly the same way.
He's got more to back it up with. I don't.
Yeah, but the point is that you don't have a verbal filter.
I do, and so does he.
Well, you have one now.
No. If I went to a fucking reunion for our unit, right, that was in Iraq, and I started spouting off about how I think dead soldiers are a good thing because of this, and this, you guys, even though you know me, would beat the fuck out of me. You guys would be like, you're being a fucking idiot. So why in the, and I know you would do that. So why in the fuck, in my right mind, would I go into something like that as a former soldier and say something like that? Why the fuck would he, as a former SEAL, go into a fucking SEAL reunion or a graduation party and say shit like that? He's not that stupid.
No.
And it's like, he loves having, he's a Navy SEAL, right? He did buds. He was in the SEAL teams, whatever. He's earned that. Why the fuck would he ever go to a fucking gathering of SEALs and talk shit about that organization specifically? What the fuck? It doesn't make sense to me. Like, anybody that's actually been in the military that I've talked to about that, they're like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it, even if he's, because again, he stopped drinking. Even if he was just sober and spouting his mouth up, what the fuck would he say before somebody went, hey, shut the fuck up? What do you think?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I wasn't either, but like from what I do know about, like,
I know that he won in court, and that's really all the thing that I need to be like, okay, there's probably something to it.
Yeah, and it's like, it's just I never, that never made sense to me about the whole thing. And I'm glad, like, you know, and then or not him, but like well, he's suing the widows, the widow of Chris Kyle. No,
he's suing the estate.
It was under the estate after he died.
The widow was just the executor of the estate.
Correct, but it was under the estate, not her specific.
Mm-hmm.
And he explained. I'm glad that Joe Rogan actually had him on there to explain his side of it. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Like, okay, yeah, because that's how legalities work. Like, it's not, it was just fucking stupid. And I mean, he's got a lot of flaws. He's a person. He's a human being. And I don't agree with him especially lately. Like, after that whole shit show went down, I think that fucking wrecked him. I think it cracked his brain.
Yeah.
Meh.
Because, well, before then he made a lot more sense to me. Like, he was more well put together. And then after that, it's like
he doesn't look like he's in that great a shape anymore.
Physically he is, but I don't think mental. I think, well, then also, we found out, he's like somebody that I'm very close to started having seizures and stuff after that stress of that whole lawsuit and everything. And it was his wife, they found out. And then, she was getting treated with CBD, and that was a big problem apparently in Minnesota. And it's like, well, whatever. And so that probably just stressed him out to the fucking max, where he was like, I can't deal with this physically or mentally. I think something cracked in his brain at that point.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot to handle.
Oh God. Yeah. I mean, I'm not shitting on him at all. I'm just saying, like, I get why, because he doesn't make as much sense to me anymore than he used to. Like,
I get it.
It's like,
it's just how it be. I gotta take this off. It's getting hot.
Yeah. It's with
the computer running and shit in here, it's warm.
Yep. Let me throw the kepi on, actually.
Ugh.
Can you throw this over there?
No, put it on.
Then you keep that on. No, just throw it in a whatever over there.
Throw it. Spike it down on the ground.
It's fucking steel, Devin. It's not going to break.
Yeah, but your nice floor.
Yeah, but I have
Put
a
your
pile
foot
of
under
helmets.
it to pat it.
But yeah, I mean, all that shit aside, that really does strain my voice.
It does. Yeah,
Like-
I can hear it.
Because
Yeah.
I'm like, because I gotta make my
Raspier.
voice very raspy.
I used to have a really good passable Arnold. Used to.
Oh.
I haven't practiced it in a long time.
You
but
know
I
how many
used to be
fucking times
really-
I've heard that?
Yeah.
I mean, you
But-
can try it, like whatever if you want. Like it's fine. I will judge you
Yeah.
if it's bad.
Yeah, but it's Arnold from Hey Arnold, not Arnold.
Move it, football head.
Just gonna fuck you. I was just gonna say that.
No, my head's the wrong shape for that. My head's tall, not wide.
It's just a vertical football.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go grab one. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a piss as well. Piss break, or do you want to just lead this, or
Yeah, just leave it. I'll entertain the entertain
cool.
the crowd with my bobblehead.
your flounder head? Yeah.
Yes. Hello, chat. Well, they're having a mutual piss break, and Devin needs help. Like his is too small. He needs Mike to find it for him. It's a symptom of being Canadian. But yeah, some of you are already aware of it. But yes, Mike does have a Patreon. The link is down below the video in the description. And also Mike's stores are down there. So yeah, go over there, check it out, buy stuff from him, buy his shit. Mike likes your money, and he prefers it being in your pocket as opposed to his. So yeah, buy his shit, and then he'll send shit to you, and you send money to him. It's a beautiful arrangement. He needs to clear out one of his he needs to clear out one of the bays in his warehouse so he has someplace to park his vehicle. Yeah, there's also the Patreon, like I said, $5 a month gets you access to the Discord, and it's quite much good fun in the Discord. There's a lot of good people in there and a couple of strange ones. But yeah, we have a lot of fun in there.
Yeah, it is pretty fun.
Don't go in the Discord unless you have a thick skin. I'm just gonna preface that. It gets pretty exciting.
And how dare you ever have an opinion that's different?
Yes,
You
you will be run off.
will be riddled with. Yeah, it
Riddled
happens.
with.
Yes. Fill in
We
the
will
blank.
Kunta Kinte you.
Oh gosh, that's funny. Toby Washington Jefferson, the black NSA agent. Oh gosh.
I'm not fucking kidding. If my name was actually Toby, I would go by Kunta Kinte online.
It's
I
Toby
fucking
with an
would.
I. Imagine that.
I don't care. It's pronounced the same.
Get out of
my
here.
name
Nobody
was-
loves you.
It's
It's
Mike's
the dog.
house.
It's the dog.
Oh, I thought it was Mike coming in.
No.
It
That's
was
not-
that red 40 getting to him.
Yeah, the red 40 finally seeping into his brain. That needs to be a drink, though. A big, just fucking red 40 is all it is.
Yep.
That'd be great.
Ooh, you could make it yourself. Get yourself a bottle of Everclear and a couple of drops of red food coloring, and,
Oh,
and relabel it red 40.
red 40 sounds pretty refreshing, though.
I wonder if you can buy red 40 food dye.
I mean, Amazon's got everything. Yes, you can buy a 1 pound jug Powdered red number 40 for $184.
In fact, move.
I'm moving. You got shit all over.
Hurry up.
So
Let's put this fucking thing on.
That-
Shit.
Devin and I just came up with a fucking terribly brilliant idea.
Oh yeah, yay. Do you have a lighter?
We're gonna buy a 1 pound container of red 40 dye and mix it into a bottle of Everclear and relabel it as red 40 and sell it as an alcoholic beverage.
I'm gonna make it Everclear with all the red dye in it. Thank you.
All right, let's cheers. I've actually never had this before because
Yeah,
Sophie drank
real
all of
sugar
them.
Coke.
My buddy brought these
You've
down.
never had real sugar Coke before?
This is a Canadian
I've
Coke.
had Mexican Coke, but this is Canadian Coke.
Yeah.
So cheers.
Yes, it's a
Well,
Canadian Coke.
Canadian Coke is just going to taste like disappointment.
No, it tastes like Coke did when we were kids.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's really
Mexican. I
good.
love Mexican Coke.
Yeah, this is
The white stuff, not the liquid stuff.
Yeah.
little fucking booger or a
Little
booger
sugar, yeah.
sugar. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, it just this literally
that's
tastes
how I
like
roll.
Jake. Like this tastes like Coke when we were kids before they started putting
Yeah.
corn syrup in it.
Yeah,
and
that's
whole
what the
bottle's
Mexican
only
Coke tastes
100
like.
calories.
Yeah, that's what Mexican Coke tastes like too, because they use cane sugar in the Mexican Coke.
Well, the difference between Canadian Coke and Mexican Coke is the same ingredients but Canada uses
Montezuma's Revenge. That's the difference.
Shut the fuck up, Jake.
they use a combination of cane sugar and like sucralose, which is a
Yep.
plant sugar.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not quite. The Mexican Coke, I think, is the best. It's the closest to the original.
Yeah, it is basically the original.
But this is what in the 90s I drank a shitload of this. You know, that's why I got fat probably. But like this and peanut butter. But no, this is and the fucking 8-ounce bottles, like the actual what they should be.
100 calories per bottle.
Yep. No, it's really good.
It is. I like Coke. Coke's been my favorite soda for forever.
Yeah, I actually. When was I can't even remember the last time I had soda was.
He throws in the garbage.
Actually, yes, I can. This is when I spent that night down in Lancaster in the truck, and I went to A&W for supper, and I had like 3,000 calorie meal.
Are they
And I
still
ate-
as good as they were?
No,
No,
really.
nobody is.
Well,
Nobody's-
it's the root beer. The biggest problem is the root beer because
Well-
they went to corn syrup instead of cane sugar.
Yeah.
But that was the last time I had
still
soda.
Get it in the nice frosty mug if you like go to
Yeah.
the restaurant and
Yep.
everything.
I actually the A&W down in Lancaster, Wisconsin. It's down by Dubuque.
Oh,
It's
way
not far
down
away from
South
Dubuque.
West?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's not very. It's like a half an hour away from Platteville.
It's just way down there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So so when I got there, I pulled in. I was driving my semi. I pulled in, and the first thing I noticed is that they still had the drive up menus, the drive up booths under the awning, and the menu boxes and the speaker and the push button speaker order box thing were there on every single one, and there was actually a couple of cars sitting out there in the drive up, and they were ordering from their car. I was like, that's promising.
That's fucking
And so-
cool.
That's good.
So I'm walking up the sidewalk under the drive up awning, and I notice that there's two entrance doors. One of them is a single door that goes right into the restaurant, and it swings both ways, kind of like Devin.
Yep.
And the other one is a double door. And the single door has a sign that says employees only, please use other door. Okay, cool. I walk in, I walk up to the counter. There's a cash register, but there's no menu above the counter. And the guy looks at me and he's like, "Are you dining in or are you taking it to go?" I'm like, "I'm gonna dine in." He's like, "Go have a seat. We'll get to you." In an A&W?
Yeah.
It's like, I haven't seen this since I was in fucking middle school.
Wow.
Yeah, since the late 90s and when I was in middle school. So I go sit down and a waitress comes out with a menu, hands me the menu, puts down, fork, spoon, knife, napkin. And she said, can I get you anything to drink right away? I'm like, I'm going to look at the
Frosty
menu for a
Mug.
little bit. Yeah. It
Let's get
was
a
an
Frosty.
actual, yeah. Well, I ended up getting a root beer float with my meal.
Okay,
But
yeah.
I kind of had an idea what I wanted when I sat down, but I was just so dumbstruck by the fact that, oh my God, it's an actual restaurant
Old-timey
experience.
A&W, yeah.
It's how it used to be. Yeah.
And then after I was done eating, I actually was talking to the waitress, and she's like, "Yeah, this restaurant is third generation ownership, and the owner is like adamant on keeping it as
Yep.
as classic as possible. Like
Yeah,
the decor in there was gorgeous. It was like 1950s, 1960s era cafe.
A&W. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
The brushed aluminum and neon.
It's a diner.
Yeah, it was fucking gorgeous, and it was well kept too. Like
Mhm.
it wasn't like some A&Ws that are trying to emulate that, but they're just run down, and the seats and on the upholstery is all torn up and shit. No, it was well kept, absolutely gorgeous restaurant. And she's like, yeah, it's third generation, and we've been in this exact building for all 3 generations, and we're
Good.
not planning on moving, and we're not
Good.
planning on changing.
Good.
So I ended up having a double bacon cheeseburger, side of chili cheese fries, side of cheese curds, a medium root beer float, which is a 20-ounce mug, and then I ended up buying 4 mugs because they actually had the mugs for sale right there in the store.
Nice.
So I ended up so I have got 4 A&W 20-ounce A&W mugs in my cupboard now.
Heck yeah.
And oh my God, it was so fucking awesome. It was such, and I told her every time that I have to stay overnight in Lancaster, I'm bobtailing down here, and I'm gonna have a fucking meal here because that is a guarantee. As long as you guys are doing it this way, this is where I'm coming for a meal anytime I'm in town.
Oh God, yeah.
I left her a $20 tip.
Yep. Dude, I've done that too. Like, it's yeah.
She wasn't that cute, Virginia. She was like in her late 40s, and she was short and stout, but she was a very sweet lady.
What you're saying is she's really good at giving handies, probably.
She wasn't my type.
There was a local joint that it's still there. The building is still there, and it's still a diner, and it's better now. But like there's a local joint that my mom worked at in the early 80s. And it was open 24 hours. It was a truck stop, and it was open 24 hours. So everybody that was like partying and drunk at like 4 a.m. would go there and just get service. And there was a waitress there when I was growing up who was like in her, I think at that point, like her probably late 50s, early 60s. And she had like fucking 8 kids, right? She was the best fucking diner waitress I've seen in my entire life. She would come out, she'd keep her tips in her bra, like the cash tips. So there'd be cash coming out of her like shirt in the morning because she made so much money on tips. And she would go, all right, hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. What can I get you? And then we would order, and she'd be like, all right. She never wrote anything down. She would just yell it to the fucking cook, and it would be perfect every time, never fucked up an order. And then she'd come out for our whole table, and she would literally have this arm full of plates, this arm full of plates, and she'd be like, you guys need anything else? Oh, wait, you like A1. My dad always did. And she's like, all right, I'll go grab that. And then she'd grab that, put it on the table, and she's like, anything else? Nope. All right, you guys enjoy. She was the fucking best. Yeah. And she got the best shifts and everything. She got
the best fucking tips too.
Dude, this woman she got paid, as well as in like one shift, like on a Friday or something like that, a Friday night, she would make like several $100s in tips in the 80s and the 70s. And it's like, that's a lot of money back then.
That's a lot of money.
In one shift, because she was so fucking good. She didn't retire until I think she was like almost 70. And, you know, I've never seen, I still to this day, I've never seen another waitress who had literally both arms with plates stacked up to her shoulders, walk out, walk very fast, go to your table, knew what everybody ordered. She didn't have to ask like who had this or whatever. She just.
Yep. That is a waitress who is a professional at her job.
Oh, that was insane. And again, I've never seen anything like that.
And when these kids these days complain about how they're not making enough money and we got a tip for everything, it's like, okay, when you can provide that kind of service, I'll give you a fucking tip.
Gladly tip.
Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. Yep.
Like, okay, so back in the dark times of 2020, right after the COVID restrictions lifted, so me, Holly, my buddy Anthony, and his wife, and at the time they only had their daughter. It was before their son was born. You know, the COVID restrictions had just lifted, and we could finally go out to eat in a restaurant.
Yeah.
We went to Texas Roadhouse in Wausau because it's probably the closest thing to a decent steak restaurant you could get in Wausau.
Yeah.
Because there was really nothing else. So we went to Texas Roadhouse, and you know, we sat down, had our meal, and our server came around and picked up the little folder with the credit cards and stuff in it that we were using to pay for our meal. I had decided before we had even decided to go to Texas Roadhouse, I told Holly, "Hey, listen, we've both been working all the way through this bullshit every fucking day. We're going out to eat. We are leaving $100 tip. We don't fucking care." Like, I left $100 tip for me and Holly. My buddy Anthony left a $50 tip for him, his wife, and their daughter.
Yep.
And our server took the envelope, like we put the tip right there in the envelope, and it was cash tip.
Yep.
And then he took the envelope over the register. I watched him go over to the register. It was actually behind me, but I looked over my shoulder. I watched him go over to the register. That's when he opened it up. He closed it and came right back. And he's like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Absolutely. We've been working for the last, 4 weeks every single fucking day. You know, we have the money to spare. And if you're a food server working in a restaurant,
that's been
you're
closed. Yeah.
Yep.
And your restaurant's been closed, you haven't had fuck all for the last 4 weeks."
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
We're absolutely sure.
Yep.
That cash in there is for you. If you want to share it, you can share it. If you don't want to share it, we don't care. That is for you. We're paying because I told them we're paying the bill with the card. The cash is the tip.
Well, not always, but I most of the time, even at that point specifically, I did it more. But most of the time when I go to a restaurant, I'll pay with a card, and then the tip is cash.
It's usually how I do it
because
I
I'm
don't like tips to be taxed.
Because I'm like, fuck the IRS. Yep.
Yeah.
You should not have to. Yeah.
And half the time I just don't have the cash on me to pay a cash tip.
That's the same thing as like I generally don't carry cash on me, but when I do and I have it, which is a lot of times, which I just kind of I carry cash about 50% of the time. We'll just put it that way. And
I always have my reserve cash.
Yeah, and
for
it's
an
like
emergency. I stuff it all over the place.
Well, that's the thing is like
it's easy to do when you've got a county credit card.
I don't. I wish I did. That'd make my life a lot easier.
But no, it's like I'll pay with the card, and then I'll just say 0 on the receipt and everything, and just blah blah blah. And then I'm like, "This is for you. Fuck the IRS. Have a good one." And
I normally say, make sure you report this because I don't want it getting traced back to me.
Oh, it's cash. That's the wonderful thing about cash. It's untraceable.
Yeah, it also all has a serial number. Weird.
Yeah, but
It
Nobody's-
literally, it's so
nobody's
fucking
writing down the serial numbers of the cash that they hand to you.
Oh, I do.
No, you don't. Stop
Anything
being-
20 and above, I write down the serial numbers on.
Oh, never mind. Run.
Yeah, way to almost get the stream pulled, Mike.
Yep.
That's why I keep your receipts of all my cash.
I've got so many fucking weapons around here, and it's like I cannot touch them and show
Really?
them.
Yeah, he's
I
got
couldn't tell.
the deadliest assault weapon right here.
A spoon.
Yep. Heart disease is the number one killer of
Why
people in
don't I just?
America.
Why don't I just? Oh.
I'm cut your heart out with a spoon.
Well, if I do this, and,
Why
like,
a spoon,
and the
cousin?
fucking
Because
autistic
it's
faggots
all
that
you
you
twit,
that are-
it'll hurt more.
right, but I do this with, like, the autistic faggots that are like gonna review this, you know, they're gonna be like, well, he just bucked up to him like this.
He
like,
threatened me with a
that's it.
spoon.
So now they're gonna ban you can't touch a spoon on a fucking
It
live
technically
stream.
can be classified as a weapon. I feel
Dude.
like my life is threatened right now.
This is a weapon.
You're voluntarily in his house.
That's right.
It's your own damn fault.
Says who? I was blinking in Morse code that I'm a hostage.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, hey, so let's just tighten this up a little bit, and then just the
My hands are right
fuck
here.
up.
Ow. This is your chair.
Hey, be careful. Be careful. You might break your anal beads.
Shh.
I'll have to make new ones.
Gotta get that dental floss.
Oh, gross.
Did
Dental floss and cheese poop.
Jake, did I tell this on a stream before? Like, I don't know if it was you personally or like on a stream before about a certain squad leader that you didn't really get along with, but like when he was in active duty. Here, I'll just
Which one?
really quick. I'll just message you on Discord really quick.
Oh, my squad leader.
Yes.
You could have just said my squad leader. I would have known exactly what you're talking about.
Right. Okay. So, did you ever hear that story that he told
Which one? He told a lot of stories. And
about
I think
the beads,
most of them were tall.
The beads. I don't think this one was tall because he told it in a setting that was not requiring of having tall tales. You know what I mean? Like when you're just sitting there bullshitting,
Yeah.
and then you know what I mean?
I think he might have, but refresh my memory because I know there was another story that Toga told me about the trip over to Iraq the first time.
No, that's not the one I'm talking about.
Okay.
So this was when this person who was in the military with us and deployed with us,
My squad leader.
yep, was in the active army before he joined the National Guard. He had a roommate who was very kind of sexually inexperienced. We'll just put it that way.
Hmm.
And they're both
Vanilla.
they're both like late teens, very young people. And he, this guy, or I'm sorry, this person's roommate got involved with a chick who was kind of on the wild side, right?
Oh yeah.
And so she was into a lot of weird stuff, not weird stuff, but like a lot of sexual stuff.
Yeah.
And this guy, very experienced, he's learning about this. And so I'm trying to say this without like giving any, I don't like giving personal
Hurry
info
up.
out for people. But the way he said it was he came back one night to the barracks room and there was blood all over the fucking wall.
Fun.
And he's like, oh my God, what the fuck happened? Like, oh my God, my roommate just murdered somebody. And his roommate's like, I don't know if he was there. I can't remember the exact details, but he's like, what the fuck? And then, so anyway, he talked to his roommate. And what had happened was this chick, why I brought up the fucking wooden dowels with 550 cord. This chick was like, I want you to put anal beads in me while you're fucking me. And he goes, okay. And he didn't know what to do. And so he went to the hardware store and got wooden dowels and like fucking rounded them off and shit. And then literally made his own anal beads. Put them in her. They banged. And then she was like, all right, take them out. No, brace yourself. She said, all right, pull them out then.
So he yanked it like starting a chainsaw.
Started a chainsaw. I told you this. Yeah, that's
I'm just getting a
And so he did that, being very inexperienced. Blood and shit all over the wall.
I bet.
And she had to go to the hospital, obviously. And this kid was like fucking in his late teens, and he's like, I don't know what happened.
You pulled half her intestine out.
Because, yeah. And then, so could you imagine as a fucking E1 or E2 private walking into a fucking room?
Yeah.
In a barracks room and seeing that? And then he goes, I don't know what happened.
Do you know how aggressively vanilla that other guy is going to be for the rest of his life now? Just from the trauma? He's going to be like the Amish, fucking through a hole in a sheet. Like,
yeah.
That is really gross. And but
he's gonna use a turkey baster the rest of his life.
Yep.
Like he'll fill the turkey baster, then hand it to her and say, "Do what
you
you want with it."
Baster and like just shamefully like, oh, I don't like this, but I have to clean the pipes. But I don't want to waste this. And no, but like,
and then hand the turkey baster to her. Be like, if you want it, here it is.
Dude, but apparently he just went like that, and it's like
tried to start an old two-stroke.
Wooden fucking dowels, by the way. Not shellac. There's no, yeah. It's like, oh my god. So that's why I brought that up earlier. It's kind of a joke, but like somebody that I knew, and I actually believed that story. It wasn't too tall to like not believe.
Well, Toga told me that the first trip over to Iraq in 2004.
Yep.
That he flew most of the way to Iraq with a butt plug in.
Yep, he did. That's confirmed by several other people.
And he forgot it was in.
He got paid for it. He got paid for it.
He forgot it was in like halfway to Iraq and went to the bathroom to take a shit and shit it out, and then ended up flushing it into the airplane's lavatory because he had forgotten that it was even there.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, that's people do really dumb shit in the infantry.
Well, yeah, it's full of idiots.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you were one.
Really
I was one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's like 50-50. You either have the really smart guys or the really dumb guys, and there's literally no middle ground.
Jake, no, there is. Here's the problem. I will disagree with you on that because there are the very smart guys who are dipshits.
Yeah.
Duh.
That's the thing, and it's like you think it would balance itself out, but it doesn't because the smart guys that are doing dipshit things always fuck everything up. And it's like, welcome to the fucking infantry, dude. Like, welcome to the fucking infantry.
Yep. You're a mud cruncher now.
Yeah. And it's like that. Oh, yeah. People, some of the smartest people I've ever fucking known in the world were in the fucking infantry in Iraq.
Yeah.
Some of the dumbest people I've ever known were in the infantry in Iraq.
We're MPs.
Well, yeah, they're MPs. Yeah,
they're their own brand of retarded.
But
no, they're not their own brand of retarded. They just are the brand of retarded.
Dude, our dumbest guys in the infantry
were smarter than the smartest MPs.
Walk circles around the MPs.
Well, that's because the MPs are all just roly poly and they don't know how to walk.
They
just waddle.
Fucking MPs are. They're like wood ticks, basically.
They're like syphilis.
Why do they exist?
That keeps on giving, you know.
Why do they exist? But they do, unfortunately. And it's like,
well, they're more specialer than infantry because they get deployed more often because they wear their uniforms correctly.
Do I have any good Marine stories? Yes, I actually. It's probably not what you think, but
I saw 2 Marines fuck behind a porta-john in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
I told you that story.
Yeah.
Royal Marines or American Marines?
No, American Marines, yeah.
Yeah.
Legit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think the Royal Marines would do something like that.
No, they don't. They do it out in the open in broad daylight, not in the middle of the night behind a porta-john.
My Marine story, I think
while drinking tea. While drinking tea in front of every.
Yeah.
We'll go to yours in a bit, but
no, I don't need to
kind of
tell it
soften.
Again.
Yeah,
they've heard that one.
They've heard mine too, but like, there's a lot of new people on here. Marine stories is because like when Jake and I were in Iraq, like we worked with all 5 branches Coast Guard. I saw Coast Guard there, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? They're like, I don't know.
Guarding the coast.
Of what? We were in Baghdad, and it was like,
Doesn't a river run through Baghdad?
2 of them. Yes.
Yeah,
We weren't
exactly.
we
And the
were at
Coast Guard-
BIOP. We were at the airport.
But the
There's
Coast
no
Guard
water.
is the only one allowed to operate in intercoastal waters. They had to be there.
It's not intercoastal. It's fucking Iraq owns.
Yeah, it's a river, which is inside the coasts. Intercoastal.
They
That
do
would be
float into it.
intra. That would be intra-coastal, not inter-coastal.
Either way. So is the water in the toilet. Coast Guard.
Jake, I hear you, and I'm sitting here. I'm
Well-
literally fucking every
I
bone
twitch.
in
I twitch.
every fucking bone in my body is trying not to fucking take this Coke bottle
Yeah.
and use that to do something drastic.
Why? Your wiener's way too small for that. You won't feel a thing.
Not if he names it Toby.
With an I.
Anyway,
A
This Marine-
one-eyed Toby.
shut up. I'm gonna tell the Marine story because it was requested. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna fucking.
One-eyed Toby. It's
I'm
great.
gonna. There's gonna be violence. I can always blank my screen out, and you can hear the scream.
Harder, Daddy.
Hey, he's wearing a red shirt. You'll never be able to tell.
That's right. I got my good Marlboro shirt on.
We're making him break.
Oh no,
He's gonna
no.
murder. He's gonna
No.
murder both of us.
I'll find.
He's gonna
you.
murder.
I
He's
have
gonna
him
murder
here.
you now, and he's gonna murder me at the end of April when he comes over to visit.
So okay, Marine story, and I don't know, Jake. You probably didn't hear this. I know Devin's heard this. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to sit through it one more fucking time. But you've already fucking fucked with me enough tonight,
That's fair.
and it's
Well,
like okay,
just don't say it in Jesse the Body Ventura voice, and we'll be okay.
I'm not going to actually. It really does strain my voice. It's like fucking hard. So the best Marine story I think I have, like the funniest, because most of the time I interacted with them, it was just like we were doing work and like whatever. There was, contrary to popular belief, like when you're actually in a combat zone, that whole like kind of inter-branch rivalry isn't really
Goes away.
It's really everybody's just there. They're like, yeah, we're fucking here. How you doing, man? Like, we need blah blah blah. So what happened was one time, because I worked at a fucking prison, as you guys probably know, in Iraq, and I worked at the main entrance for a while. I worked on the sort team. I worked a bunch of different jobs, but like when I was working the front gate, it was in the probably end of summer, like July, August, and this 5-ton convoy, like the 5-ton trucks, like the big fucking cargo trucks, came in and they were dropping off detainees to the prison, right? And they were Marines because they had the fucking up armored, like the angled, like they wasn't gonna do shit against anything, but like anyway, they had that. So we saw that they come in, and I'm sitting out, and I'm like, they're like, yeah, go get those guys and like tell them where to go. And I look at Roger, you know. So I go out there, nice. We'll talk about that in a second. And so these guys, it was during Ramadan as well. Yeah, so it was August.
Ramadan's going on right now, so
I think it's different every year, but in 2009, like in August, the hottest point of the fucking year, they were practicing Ramadan. And so the Iraqi soldiers were not drinking anything during the day or eating anything during the day. And so there was a whole cooler behind the Iraqi army, like shack they had, we'll call it that. And it had a bunch of water in it. And so the truck stops, and the E6, like the platoon sergeant or whatever, jumps out and he goes, "How you doing, man?" I'm like, "I'm pretty good, Staff Sergeant. How you doing?" He's like, We're all right, but we just need water really bad. Like we're running really low." And I'm like, "Okay, so, oh, okay, never mind. I fucked that up already." So the cooler for the Iraqis had nothing in it because it was Ramadan. Okay, our cooler past that over to where we were had water in it. And yeah, so I went, okay, yeah, no worries. We got plenty of it. We got plenty. And I'm like, so this cooler right here is the Iraqi cooler, and it's got nothing in it. But if you go past the shack, walk straight forward, you'll see another cooler in about 30 yards, and like go to there and take all the water you want. And he goes, oh, thanks, man. Shook hands. And he goes to the Iraqi fucking cooler. And he opens up, he goes, hey, there's nothing in here. And I'm like, yeah, that's the Iraqi cooler. I told you there's nothing in there. You got to go around this shack and like go over there. So this time they're kind of scrambling in the truck and they're trying to get out. And E5, a sergeant, a Marine sergeant, comes out of the back of the truck. He jumps down and he goes, hey, how you doing, man? Shook hands and everything. I'm like, pretty good. How about you? He goes, yeah, we just need water. And I was like, yeah, I just told your staff sergeant that this cooler is empty. So you got to walk around this, go about 30 yards, and then you'll get to our cooler that has all the water you would ever need. And he goes, oh, Roger, thanks, man. And he walks up to the fucking Iraqi cooler. I said, hey, Sergeant, no, that cooler over there. The second fucking E5 comes out of the truck. And I had to explain the same thing to him. He did the same fucking thing because he saw the other guys do it. And I'm like, okay. So then a fucking a corporal comes out and he's like, I'm like, dude, go around this building. He goes, they went to that cooler. I was like, go around this fucking building. There's water in our cooler. This is the Iraqi one. It's Ramadan. They're not drinking any water. He goes to the fucking Iraqi cooler. I said, hey, corporal, hey, over here. I was starting to get frustrated. It was like a fucking line of like
follow the
ants.
leader.
Follow the leader. Follow the leader.
One Marine at a time coming out of the trucks, going to the Iraqi cooler.
So after the corporal, it was like everybody. And I was like, you guys got to go over there. And all of a sudden, one guy jumps down and he's got a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. And he's wearing fucking Navy E4 insignia. And I was like, that's a corpsman, right? And he goes, these fucking retards. I was like, right? I'm like, how the fuck do they? I mean, like, what the? He goes, let's go have a cigarette. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And so we went and we sat down, and the Marines got their water. Yep. We gave them an abundance of water. Like, we gave them a shitload. And,
if we give you water, will you leave?
Well, and they dropped out the detainees and all that shit. Everything went. But I was just like, I looked at him and I was like, hey, Doc, why the fuck? He goes, I know. And I said, so why the fuck? He goes, that's just the way they are. That's the way Marines are. And I'm like,
all the leader, yeah.
I'm like, how in the fuck do you do it? He goes, I just shut my mind off until shit goes down and I have to fucking treat one of them. He's like, they're not going to listen to me. They respect me, but they're not going to listen to me. And I'm like, how the fuck do you do it then?
Pretty easy. Let's make sure I got lots of cigarettes.
Well, he ripped about 3 fucking heaters while he was there. And I found out he was from Michigan. Like, we had to talk and everything. But like the Marines, again, they were not nasty to me at all. They're fucking
just dumb.
They're
just
really
dumb.
Follow the fucking leader. Like, and I'm like, dude, I'm telling you where the fucking water is. We have plenty. We'll give you everything that we have in plus because we're not going outside the wire. You guys are. We want you guys to fucking have water.
And we can get resupplied in about 20 minutes.
Correct. That's the thing. And they were just, and then once everything got figured out, like my squad leader and my team leader, who you both know, Jake, they came out and they were like, okay, what's going on? What do you guys need? They're like, we need water. And they're like, oh, no problem. And they had another, he was an E4, go out and grab like several fucking, because they came in the 12 packs, like the big liter bottles. Yep. And he went out and like, we grabbed a bunch of water for these guys. We helped them load it up on the truck and everything. The Marines were not dickheads to us at all. They were fucking awesome people. They were just, I just couldn't
believe it. Fucking awesome people. Gross.
Well, there was no awesome people in Iraq. But no, anyway, I was just like, but the only guy that got it who didn't follow the fucking thing jumps down and comes to me and he goes, these fucking retards. Because he saw the whole thing go down and he's like, oh my God. I was like, but yeah, he was, I never caught his name, I guess. He had it on his combat shirt, but in his vest and everything. But like, I never caught his name. But yeah, he's from Michigan. I'm like, oh, I'm from Wisconsin. He was like, oh, no shit. Yeah, fucking A, you know? And so we were just kind of shooting the shit, ripped like 3 heaters, and then they got the detainees dropped off. And then they came back up. They're like, all right, settle up, get the fuck on the truck. He was like, hey, good meeting you. I'm like, yeah, you too, man. And shook his hand, and then they were gone. And that was one of the funniest interactions. I'm like, oh, now I get it.
Yeah.
Marines are extremely effective combat troops.
Yeah, because you don't need to
But
really.
they are dumb.
They just follow the fucking leader.
Mm-hmm.
But you need that at some point. It's like you have to have that. But I'm like, God damn, man. Like,
yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
So, speaking of the Marines being awesome and, fucking awesome people, I got done pulling a 4-hour guard duty. And I'm walking over to the piss pipes, and the piss pipes were like in the middle. There was a bunch of them. And around that, there was kind of like one Hesco bastion, and then it was porta potties leaned up against these Hesco bastions. So you got like some privacy, and that was like the guys' bathroom area. So like you could see over these Hesco bastions, but then you had all these porta potties, and there's probably 20 porta potties, and there's like 6 piss pipes in the middle of all porta johns. And so I'm going to go use the bathroom, and so I go and I'm peeing into one of the piss pipes, and I go to walk out towards the other side because where my barracks is on the other side. And I'm walking past, and I get past the Hesco bastion, and you're looking left. And it was the one place because where the lights were set up, this was kind of a shaded area because of how the porta potties were and how far away the light was. And there's just 2 Marines going right at it, right there behind the Hesco bastion at like 2 a.m. So
this is also Afghanistan. We should preface
Afghanistan.
that. Yeah.
Yep.
Couldn't wait.
Nope.
They just couldn't wait.
Yeah, and so I was just like right on, and
everybody else literally would just rub one out, or like.
So who was it? Was it 2 guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
2 dudes.
Or like 2 of the Minnesota Guard guys or Minnesota Guard troops that we had with us in Delta Company. They used Newt's bed when he was on leave.
Nice.
Oof.
Crusty.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was 2 black dudes, and the way the one guy sounded like the one guy was from the South. I don't know what the other guy was from. It was 2 black dudes. And yeah, when I got my midnight chow, and because I was one of the overnight people who consistently did overnight guard shifts, so I got midnight chow, and went and got midnight chow, and then I went to bed. Which midnight chow sucks. It's a joke. It's like
it's basically leftovers from lunch and dinner.
Our midnight chow on Cropper was awesome.
Yes, I will say that. You guys also had a 24-hour sandwich bar, which was fucking
that's what midnight chow was.
Yeah,
that's all we got was like they gave us like one of those little bags of chips. Like literally a white bread sandwich with like I don't know why they did it this way, but it had like a half-inch layer of saran wrap around it. You couldn't even see the fucking sandwich.
They had paninis at Cropper.
They had several grills.
Really?
Sandwiches.
Cold cut sandwiches with like 1 slice of American cheese.
Dude, we went in there because I worked the night shift predominantly when we were in Iraq. I was like 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
Yeah.
That was honestly in Iraq, that was the fucking shift to work.
That was the shift, yeah.
But here's the thing is like nobody's there.
Yeah.
I go in there and I go, I want 2 fucking tuna melts on a fucking tortilla. I want it grilled. Here's what I want on it. And it was fucking, if I wouldn't have been able to have that, I would have probably, I can't say that on the stream. I'd have probably done something different.
Yeah, you probably would have been fucking behind the port. No, I'm just
yeah.
You would have had happen to you what happened to me.
Yeah. And but I'd have probably
you didn't have the rank to lose.
Right. Well, no. I'm talking about something different. I'll just fucking type it to you so you know.
I know what you mean. You don't need to type it out.
Yeah, okay.
And do it anyway.
But that was a saving grace. I'm like, tuna melt, extra pickles, extra olives, a little bit of mayo, little squirt, just a little dab of mayo, jalapenos, a little bit of them, both of them, grill them. Thank you.
Yeah.
And that was what kept me sane, kind of.
We had a sandwich bar at West Liberty at the DFAC, but they didn't have the grill.
The grill makes it. That's the thing. Like the grill, I could have gotten fucking. I sometimes when I was in a hurry and I had to like be somewhere really quick, I would just get the cold cuts, not grilled, not the same.
Yeah,
Not at all.
Yeah.
But the grill, fucking. That's where I fell in love with tuna.
They had paninis. They had paninis at Cropper, and it actually that was the one thing that us West Liberty guys were jealous of, is that you guys had a 24-hour sandwich bar.
Hey, that's what kept us alive. We'll just put it that way. And it's like, because we had that one saving grace. We had the Indian food, and we had
the Iraqi chow hall.
Yeah, well, I was just going to get there. We had the Indian food. We had the Iraqi chow hall that very few of us, myself, I was the first one to actually like realize I can go in there and eat. And then we had the fucking 24-hour sandwich bar.
Man, you guys had a real
That
nice...
sandwich bar was our saving grace.
I know, because a lot of times you guys would come in at like the middle of the fucking night and you'd be running shit, and you're like, because you guys got MREs, but like you were like, God, I just want some food. I'm like,
yeah.
And then you go, oh, let's go to the 24-hour sandwich bar, and dude, whatever. I'll just say it on the fucking stream. I don't give a shit. My buddy, you know him, Dan.
Yep.
He said, little brown guy makes a goddamn mean grilled sandwich.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking. I've actually had grilled sandwiches since then. I don't know if it was just because of the situation.
Well, he's making 500 of them a day. He gets really good at it.
Oh man, I mean, this was like, Jake, I'm not exaggerating. This was fucking top notch.
I know. I had them.
That's why I'm asking you. I'm for Devin's like clarification.
Yeah.
I'm not exaggerating, I don't think, when I say it's top fucking notch grilled sandwiches.
We fucking destroyed that sandwich bar anytime we had an opportunity to.
Yeah, because they would roll in and like when they were rolling in the middle
we
of the night,
we would roll into Cropper like 20 minutes after Midrats closed.
Yeah, yep.
At the DFAC. That's when we would get to Cropper. And we're like, fuck. It's going to take us 3 fucking hours to unload these fuckers from our trucks and get them processed into the TIFF. And then we got to go back. We got to fuel the trucks. Then we got to PMCS them and download the trucks. We're not going to get to bed until 5 fucking o'clock in the morning when the DFAC is opening. We're not going to want to go to breakfast at the DFAC because we haven't eaten all fucking night.
Yep, exactly. So, it's like that was a saving grace.
Yeah.
Whoever the fuck was who
that decided that Cropper was going to have a 24-hour sandwich bar.
That was an actual smart decision.
Yeah.
That was the only smart decision on that entire installation.
You're right.
You guys had it so set. It was me and the other guy. We'd get out of our guard post because we were in guard post next to a
gate. Piss.
All right.
You can talk while I'm pissing.
And so we're at this. We watched this guard post from the gate. It was a 1-person guard post. Normally it's 2 people guard post, but it was kind of an older gate. And it was for the most part cut off, like shut off and barred up and locked, but it was still a gate. And we would sit there and just watch these all night. Nothing would ever happen. Nobody would ever come through it. And he'd get done at like 3 a.m. and me and him would go use the bathroom, and we go to this little tiny DFAC. The DFAC probably only sat 40 people. It was a tiny little DFAC, and we'd be getting there just in time when they were setting up.
You can double the seating capacity if you have people sitting on other people's laps.
I know, but it was like we'd be one of like 4 or 5 people in there eating, and it would be like some contractor guys and like us, and they would usually just be finishing making coffee for like morning chow at like 3:30 in the morning, 4 o'clock by the time we would get there. And because you had to walk across a quarter of the base to get to the chow hall anyways by the barracks. And we'd go to the shitty one by our barracks because it was the easiest to eat and go to bed. And you sit there and we'd get our little sandwich, ham or turkey. That's all you had, with American cheese and white bread, wrapped in 1/2 inch of cellophane, and you'd get your like cup of coffee as fresh as you could get, that they made 2 hours before the chow hall even opens. And you'd say goodnight to the cooks and go sleep for fucking 12 hours, and then you'd get up and do guard duty again.
Sounded like my first deployment.
It's pretty shitty, yeah.
Yeah. I told you about the shirt that I had made on my first deployment, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And everyone thought it was cool, but they never read the back.
Yep. I actually still have that shirt. And it would probably fit me now.
Yeah.
But I think my I honestly think that shirt is in Daniel's room. So, yes,
Ooh.
the sandwiches at Cropper were grilled. They had a sandwich grill at Cropper.
A
So
proper
yes,
one.
they were hot sandwiches.
They were literally like I told you.
It was a panini.
Yeah, exactly. If I went to had that, I would have lost my mind a lot sooner than I actually did. Because it was like
Fresh sandwiches.
Is this mine?
That one's yours.
Yeah,
Mine's over here.
okay.
Some of the cellophane, like they would have to write the dates on them because you'd have to throw them away after a certain amount of days. There's a couple days where I'd get a sandwich that would be marked like made 4 days ago.
Yeah.
And you didn't care because it was food.
So
Yeah,
where you
pretty
at?
much.
Was it like a fucking coalition base?
Yeah, there was a lot of people.
Yes, it was just like the cheapest possible shit.
Well,
Well,
it
ours
was-
is a coalition base
Well, it
too.
was at that point
so-
like where they would have midnight rations, but midnight rations would literally only be served until midnight, and then they would stop, and the cooks would get their 3 hours to sleep.
Yep.
You know, where they weren't doing anything, and the DFAC was actually like close. And at 3, they would start getting ready for breakfast in the morning, and we would roll in there about 3:45 every day in the morning. Just get the coffee as it was just getting done. You'd have a cup of hot coffee and you'd have your fucking 4-day-old sandwich and you go to bed. So,
yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of people talk about like what the DFAC situation was, and I will never bitch about the sandwich bar.
Mhm.
I'll bitch about the rest of the DFAC, well, the Indian
Yeah.
food and the sandwich bar. I'll bitch about the Mermite shit that we got from Stryker, which was,
Mermite food is never good.
dude, it was so fucking bad, and it was consistently bad. I've talked about it on the stream before, but like I always get the shits from the American food, always, consistently.
it's got all them preservatives in it.
Right, and it was old.
It's got electrolytes. It's what plants crave.
So my buddy Andy, he was the guy who was the tanker in 4ID in 2005 and 6. His unit actually was the last American unit to do security at Abu Ghraib before they actually closed it down entirely. The U.S. presence there, because it's still an Iraqi prison.
so it's proper now.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they were out in the middle of the desert somewhere, and his company commander thought it was a great idea to have a morale building day in 2006 in Iraq, and they're actually doing combat operations with tanks. And he thought, hey, it's a good idea to have a morale building day. So they had, so he arranged for raw chicken to be mermited out to them from Stryker,
I'm gonna
because they were
fucking,
operating.
yeah. I already know where this is
And-
going.
and grilled them in PLO drums that they cut in half, and they made grills like I made.
Are the plastic ones though?
No, the metal drums.
But they
Metal-
had like gasoline or diesel in them.
Yeah, PLO, and they didn't do clean out burns on them. And the chicken had been trucked out there. It took like 2 hours to get the chicken from Stryker out to wherever the fuck they were. And they were out on a mission when the chicken arrived. And they got back from the mission, and that's when they started cooking. And they didn't do clean out burns on the barrels. And the chicken had been sitting in mermites in the Iraqi summer all fucking day. And my buddy Andy was the platoon medic, and he was on the platoon sergeant's tank. And he looked at his tank commander, and he said, "Sergeant Mac, don't eat that. Don't fucking eat it." Like everybody else is just digging in because, oh, fresh grilled chicken. And he just looked at Sergeant Mac and he said, "Don't fucking eat it. Bad fucking idea." And he and Sergeant Mac was a sergeant first class at the time, and Andy was just an E4. But yeah, they spent all night giving IVs to guys who were shitting their guts out. Like they didn't get any sleep that night because everybody else was shitting their guts out, and here
I
they
wonder
are
why.
just
Was
sticking
it all the
people with
gasoline roasted
IVs every
chicken?
fucking. What mermites? No, mermites are basically just an insulated
Such a
insulated
big food
box,
container, yeah.
Yep.
like the metal, the stainless steel food containers that you see at like a buffet line. You can fill like 3 of those inside a Mermite, and it's just an insulated box with
It's a
latches on the
cooler.
lid.
It's
Yeah.
a glorified cooler is what
Yeah.
it is.
But yeah,
And yeah, it's that. That's
but because the company commander was responsible for all of that, Andy and Sergeant Mac didn't get any kind of recognition for basically saving an entire company from food poisoning.
It probably wasn't food poisoning. It was probably had to do with all the the fuel they were ingesting. The fuel,
Or the fact that they had raw chicken sitting in the Iraqi sun for 12 hours.
dude,
it's fine.
Iraqi sun is like I was telling you. It's like there's intense sun around the world, but in Iraq, it's like fucking. It feels like it's right fucking here.
Well, yeah. And there's a reason why that place sucks.
Yeah.
Because they grilled it. It sat in the Mermites for like 12 hours over the course of the day. And when they got back from whatever mission they were doing that night after the sun went down, they lit up these 55-gallon barrels that, 12 hours earlier had diesel fuel in them. And they just threw them, and they just threw the chicken on the grill, and they grilled it.
Fuck that.
Got that blackened chicken.
Yeah, I mean it's
pretty rough.
He saw it coming, and he's like, "Don't do it." But everybody was so out of their mind because they were actually having fresh food for a change.
No, they weren't. That's why they got food poisoning.
Well, up until then, they'd been eating MREs for weeks.
Oh, MREs are delicious.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's like
they could have just went to cannibalism. I'm sure they were killing some people. Like, come on.
Yeah, they were. He actually got passed up for a Silver Star because his platoon leader didn't want him to have a higher award.
Imagine how quickly the global war on terror would be over if we just ate the people we killed.
Yeah, it'd be over in about 3 weeks.
Yeah, what if they knew about it?
We would have to publicize it very widely.
Yeah, here's the thing: cannibalism's not against the Geneva Convention. It's not on the checklist. You could do that.
Canada. Canada.
Yeah, we'll eat people, kill them, and then eat them. Imagine that command going over a loudspeaker before you go into a village. Kill them and then eat them.
Barbecue.
Yeah.
we got
this
super fast. Have you ever dined on a long pig? That's what cannibals call humans because it tastes like pig.
Yeah.
We got the spit set up back at base. You just bring us the meat.
Yeah, if enough Lowry's and Tabasco sauce, I'd probably tough a dog turd out. So
yeah, fucking God. Yeah, it's just fun. And that's why when people are like, hey, I'm thinking about joining the military. I'm like, no, don't.
The one thing that the one thing that I do miss about the DFAC at Liberty was the Philly cheesesteak sandwiches. They cooked them right in front of you.
Really?
Yeah. Like there was at any given mealtime there was 2 lines for the chow. There was the main line, which was the a la carte line, and then there was the Philly cheesesteak line. And the Philly cheesesteak line always went out the door.
Yeah.
Like if you were in a hurry, you just get in the a la carte line and get whatever the fuck you want and get out. But if you had the time to actually wait, the Philly cheesesteak sandwiches were worth the wait.
Actually, never experienced that.
it sounds like
the only 2 DFACs that I ever dined in, I guess if you want to call it that, in Iraq were at Cropper and then at Stryker.
Yeah, you guys were right next to Stryker.
But we were sequestered. We'll say that. You know that, and it's like
there's actually for anybody that doesn't know, there was actually an ECP gate, a secured entry gate between Stryker and Cropper, and and the dividing line between the two was a line of HESCO barriers.
Yep, and armed guards, towers, and shit like that. It was a very secure facility, and we had to have these badges to just walk around our fob.
Yep.
And when we first got there, we were there for over a week, I think, or about a week, and we were playing Dungeons and Dragons in the barracks, and because we couldn't go anywhere, we had to send one guy that had a temporary badge to go get all of our food, come back. We ate food, But we played D&D and we got that was a fun fucking campaign.
Heck yeah.
Oh man, we played it for like 20 hours a day because we're so jacked up. We're like, shit, we're here. And then we could hear indirect fire and we're like, okay, we're actually here. Okay. And then we got our badges and like we had to present those things to every fucking entity on that fob. Go to the PX, present your badge, not your cat card, not your ID card. No. It was your badge and your cat card. If you have your cat card, they're like, no, you can't come in here.
Could you just present loaded gun?
No.
That works everywhere else.
Dude, it was like so fucking secure. Like,
yeah.
Because like when you guys came in, you guys had badges, but they were like the lowest level security badges. But like you guys could go to the chow hall because you guys had to get those to go to the chow hall. And it's like fuck. And then when you guys came in and you were going into the TIFF, we had to escort you. Somebody had to go with you. The policy was so fucking retarded. But like anyway, so when we actually we're doing the right seat, left seat shit with the Texas guys, when we were leaving, we got moved out of our barracks to Stryker in a GP medium tent. Okay. And so when we were there, the first time we actually went to the Stryker chow hall, it's like you got to wash your hands and everything. And I'm like, okay, cool. And we go in there. It's like walking into the fucking Metrodome or like some stadium for the first time. And I'm like, oh my God.
They got it all.
I'm like, there's 4 lines on this side, 4 lines on that side.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fucking mile-long salad bar.
Yeah, it's almost a religious experience.
No, and I was just like, this has been about a half a mile away from me the whole fucking time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God.
And people say that Iraq was bad.
I actually got to go to the main chow hall on Victory once when I was doing a 5K run. Because oh my God, that chow hall was just absolutely fucking insane.
It's like mind blowing because you walk in there and because like the chow hall at Cropper is very small, very small.
But you walk into the main chow hall on Victory. Even coming from West Liberty, it's like this is like 3 miles away from me. Why can't we have this one?
Right, and it's like
3 miles.
Well, no, you see the thing you see in these defects, like because at Cropper it was I don't know, it's about the size of a fucking Waffle House, basically.
Yeah, it was.
It was small, very small. It wasn't shitty per se, like the arrangements and shit, but like it was small.
That was like our hall. It could seat 40 people if you really packed them in.
Yep, that's about it. And it was whatever. And then when I went to Stryker for the first time, Dan and I walked in there after we washed our hands and shit. We had our rifles and shit, and we walk in there. And we're like, it was pressurized. Because you go into like the thing before you actually walk in there. I'm like, it's air conditioned.
Yep, it's higher pressure inside, so you open the door and it blows you out.
Yeah, and I'm like, what the fuck? So we go in, and it's like I open the door,
the bugs out,
and I'm like, what the fuck? And we were standing there, like, you guys got to move forward, and I'm like, where do we go?
The ceiling, if I remember correctly, the ceiling in the Cropper Chow Hall was just a bunch of trailers stuck together. And
yeah, so it was like it was probably
ceiling was only like 10 feet up.
Yeah, no, it wasn't even 10. I think it was 8.
It was like 8.
Like yeah, it was very low. Yep.
But like the main chow hall at Victory was like walking into a fucking gymnasium.
That's what I'm telling you. It's like walking into, because like at Stryker, it was fucking like 70 feet up. And it was air conditioned, there were fans going, and I'm like, what in the fuck? And we went in there. And
there was decor.
There was decor. There were statues and like fruit sculptures and shit. I'm like, what in the fuck?
Sounding like an Air Force.
I was just gonna say,
did you ever?
It wasn't Air Force.
Did you ever go to the Air Force Chow Hall across the road from you?
No.
I went there once when I had to go down there for a doctor's appointment. I went to that chow hall one time.
That's what I said. I was in 2 defects, and those are the 2 that.
Oh my God, that you want to talk about extravagant? That fucking air.
Yeah, chandeliers in the shitters.
The Air Force has it fucking made.
Yeah,
I'm just
Dude,
gonna say that.
when we walked into Stryker, and Dan and I, like, we got about 2 feet out of the fucking door, and we were sitting there like going, what the and they're like, you guys got to keep moving, there's other people that need to get in. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. And I was like, I asked the guy, I'm like, it was an Air Force guy, I was like, where do we go? He goes, wherever you want. And I'm like,
home. Oh, that's in the teleporter. We keep it in
right.
the back.
But I'm like,
That's only for Air Force personnel.
I'm
Yeah.
like, which line is which? He goes, you'll figure it out. And I'm like, thanks. So we go to the main line, and they had those oh my god, these fucking things, the boneless buffalo chicken bites.
Yep.
They had those.
Of course.
And I went up there, and I'm just like, okay, I'll have those. Because they're like, what do you want? And I'm like, this. And then he goes, do you want more? And I was like, I can have more. He goes, yeah. And so I'm like, more. He piles my plate full, and I'm like, that's good. He goes, all right, do you want this? And he's like walking me through it. And I'm like, my tray is full.
Yeah.
Like, holy fuck. And I'm like, we could not believe it. And then we went to the salad bar. And I'm like, I just grabbed a shitload of fresh lettuce.
I always piled my plate up with spinach.
Well, that's they had the fucking spring
They had
mix,
romaine,
and the iceberg. And I was like, what in the fuck do I? And I'm just like, I'm gonna mix them all. And then I put fucking olives and feta cheese, and I'm just like, what the?
I would make my own grilled chicken salads. Like if they had grilled chicken on the main line, I would get a grilled chicken breast. And I'd go over to the salad bar, and I would make my own. I'd make my own Caesar salads.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is like at Cropper, you can't do that.
Yeah, at
And
Cropper, it's Cropper. It's here's one scoop of whatever. Move along.
Yep. And then the Indian bar, which is good. And then it's like the sandwich bar, and that's all we had, which is good. I'm not bitching about the sandwich bar at all, or the Indian bar, but it's like the American food was just like, God.
You know, the sandwich bar at Liberty was so bad. It was basically just like two 8-foot tables stuck together. That was the length of the sandwich bar, and it was way back in the corner by the exit door. And you didn't even know it was there unless you knew it was fucking there.
Yeah.
But it was so bad that I actually sent an email to Holly, and I said, listen, you need to send me bread, and you need to send me peanut butter, and you need to send me jelly, because I need to make my own fucking sandwiches. So she sent me bread, and she sent me like 3 or 4 loaves of Wonder Bread, couple of jars of jelly, couple of jars of peanut butter from home.
Yep.
I was the most popular guy in the platoon for about 2 weeks.
Yep.
Because I had peanut butter and jelly sandwiches from the States.
Yep.
And yes, I know Wonder Bread is crap.
Whatever.
But it lasts specifically forever. Yeah.
Exactly. I specifically asked for it because I knew that it would still be edible when it arrived.
There's a shelf life of like 2 fucking months. Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly why I asked specifically for Wonder Bread. And I said, just send it. I'll let you know when I'm running low, and you can send more. I was the most popular guy in the platoon for like weeks. Everybody was coming over to my chew because they wanted to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yep.
Dude, it's little things like that. Yeah.
I said, help yourself. I got plenty.
Yep. And that's the thing is like, you don't realize how these little fucking things
mean the
world at a certain point in your life. And you're like,
I also had Holly sending me Oreos, double stuffed Oreos.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like all the flavors she could get her hands on. I had her sending them to me. I actually had one box that never arrived.
Wow.
One box of Oreos. I had one box of Oreos that never arrived. She sent it.
Yeah.
You know, she told me the day that it went out. It never got returned to her, and it never got to me.
Somebody jacked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody fucking whatever.
Somebody fucking jacked my box full. Well, because they had to do the customs declaration on it to send it to us.
Of course, yeah.
And I told her after that, I'm like, you need to stop putting Oreos on the customs declaration because it won't get to me.
Yeah.
Dude, you
need to put like underwear on it or something.
Yeah, or like gift.
Yeah.
Just in general.
Yeah.
And I'm recollecting a lot of things right now of like just the little creature comforts that we had.
Yeah, it's like the world. I remember just like people would send like cans of soup.
Yep.
or like
Chef
packs of ramen
Boyardee.
noodles. Yeah,
Chef Boyardee.
shit that was like canned food was always good with the pull tab specifically.
Yep, exactly.
Because it was shit you could just literally crack open,
pop
and
open and drink.
Yeah, because I
But
remember
here we are talking about getting sent food in the mail in 2009. My buddy Andy was getting sent ammo and cleaning supplies in the mail in 2005.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, things have things change because you were in Afghanistan what year?
2012, 2013.
Yep. So he was a little bit after us, but it's like
he had to have his dad send him 12 gauge ammo because they didn't have any 12 gauge ammo for his shotgun.
You're not allowed to send ammo through the mail, which is fun.
He had to have small arms cleaning supplies sent to him through the mail, like boar snakes, CLP, hoppies, powder solvent, shit like that. He had to have that sent to him. He had to have a new fucking barrel for his M9 sent to him from Midway. He had to buy a new. When he got to Iraq, because he was on a tank crew, he was issued an M9. That was it. And the guys that they were relieving, they were falling on the tanks for the guys that they were relieving. One of them said, "Hey, do you want this? Do you want this shotgun?" It was a pistol grip Mossberg 500.
500. Yep.
Yeah. It was just a pistol grip Mossberg 500, no shoulder stock. And he said, "Not really. And they're like, "Well, if you don't take it, we're going to trash it because it's not on our books."
I'll take it.
He's like, "Okay, I'll take it."
Yep.
So he carried a shotgun over there for the entire year, but he had to buy ammo and have the ammo shipped to him because they didn't have any 12 gauge ammo.
Right.
Like for the longest time, he had 5 shells of double-aught buckshot, and that was all he had.
Yep.
For the shotgun.
Sounds about right. I get it.
And that was in 2005.
And then
that was at the height of the push.
Yep. The first push before the surge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was right away at the beginning of the surge when they were wavering everybody just because they needed bodies.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, he had the little things.
He said he said the barrel on his M9 was completely shot out. There was no rifling left in it.
Well, so that was really common. Yeah.
So
that was the one that I got issued as well.
Yeah. So he had to buy a new barrel off of Midway and have it sent to him.
Yep.
Because his unit armor wouldn't get spare parts with the GSA card.
Wouldn't requisition?
Yeah.
That's fun.
He told me his company commander maxed out his maxed out the company GSA card.
How?
That's what everybody was wondering. How? What the fuck did you buy on the GSA card that maxed it out?
They have like a $20,000 limit. Like they're high.
It's $10,000 a month.
Yeah.
When we were there, it was $10,000 a month.
Yeah.
But
he maxed it out. Like there was nothing available. There was nothing available on it to buy for the guys on the who were actually going out on missions. Like there was no supply budget because his company commander kept just fucking spending everything on who knows what.
Man,
Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
I wish I could get him onto the stream because he's got some stories. But they were so short on replacement parts for their tanks that in the middle of the night they actually stole the entire power pack out of his platoon leader's tank because his platoon leader never went out on fucking missions.
Yeah.
They stole the entire power pack out of the platoon leader's tank because they straight up stole it.
Acquired.
Yeah, acquired.
I don't like the term stole. You acquired it.
They swapped power packs in the middle of the night because their tank the turbine was completely fucking worn out.
Yeah.
Like it was burning more oil than it was JP8 by that point.
Fuck that. Yeah.
Like it was trash. So they put their power pack in the PL's tank and they put the PL's power pack in their tank. And they did it. It's supposed to be like a 6-hour job to swap power packs. They did 2 of them in 3 hours.
Yeah. Well, when you got to get it done, you get it done.
And they did the whole thing while the PL was sleeping.
Yeah.
Like,
of course.
Like their PL went off saying everything has to be secured at all times on your tank, blah, blah, blah. And then proceeded to not secure anything on his own tank or make sure everything on his own tank was secured. So his tank just got rat fucked.
Good. Fuck 'em.
Good. Yeah, fuck. You gotta win the
Like-
war somehow. Come on.
Like his tank had no BII left. It was all on everybody else's tanks.
What's BI?
Basic inventory issue. It's basically like your pioneer tools and the stuff that's supposed to be on every vehicle.
The shit everybody loses and breaks all the time.
But yeah, it's the stuff that every vehicle is supposed to have. It's all the same. It's all the same gear on every vehicle. It's in the same spot. Like
Yeah.
the jack, the pioneer tools, the whatever.
The engine.
You know what it
Yeah. Gotta have it.
But oh yeah, that's right, Mouse. Strategic transfer equipment to alternate location. Steal.
Yeah, I always love the term acquire because that's just so broad. It's like
I was a master at acquiring stuff. I came back with so much stuff that I wasn't supposed to have.
I did as well.
Me too. Except I stole all of my stuff straight up.
Yeah.
But I gave them time. Like ask people was like, yeah, if that's sitting there openly, that's sitting there in a couple days, I'm taking it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it
And
is.
then it would stay
You
right
wa-
there. I'd be like, I'm
yeah.
taking it. So
Yeah.
People
Like,
had their
you
kids,
walk-
I'd be like,
you-
I'm taking this. I wasn't quiet about
You walk
it.
past a motor pool for a unit that doesn't for an area that doesn't have a unit assigned to it, and it's covered in an inch of fucking dust. You know it's supposed to be green, but it's brown because of all the dust on it. It's like
Yeah.
nobody's used this in like 6 months. I think I'm just going to acquire it.
Yeah, there was one day I was gonna walk off with a 155 shell just cause.
They probably would have missed that.
No, it's fine.
Well, they might have missed having something to hold the door open.
Well, it didn't have like any fuse in it or anything, but I was just gonna like take one day. Like they just had them all sitting like in a pile, and it's like the artillery guns never had like anyone at them while I was walking past them. It's like
Did they ever even use them?
no, they used them quite a lot, but like because the guys were always like on call, they only had like 2 guys guarding them all fucking night, and the rounds were like stacked up, ready to be shot. No fuses in them, so you'd have to like screw the fuses in them because the fuses were secured, but the rounds were just out.
Well, yeah, because the
And,
rounds are pretty much inert without a fuse.
They're inert with no fuse, yeah. And they would come out with the fuses when they would get a call, and they'd all rush from their barracks, which was like across the way, and come shoot all the guns. I was just gonna like walk off with one of the rounds from like the top of the stack and just have it.
But yeah,
They're
I
quite
did.
good, though.
Yeah, they're heavy. They're like 100-something pounds.
Yeah.
But
It's just like carrying an M2 with the tripod attached.
yeah. But it's like I just would like one day somebody's gonna wake up, like there'll just be like a random inspection for that guy that you hate, and it's like the next like thing over, and they're like going through all this shit, and there's just a shell in there.
What you do is you put the shell right in his bed right before the
Yeah,
surprise inspection.
Tear it right through
Just-
his cot. Yeah.
No, not. You put it on his bed nicely, and
Yeah.
then you cover it up with a blanket, like it's going
Yeah.
like you're tucking it in for a bed and for a nap.
That would have been funny. Just being like, where'd that come from?
And you take a
Oh.
piece of chalk and you draw a little smiley face on it.
Yeah.
And a dick. You have to
Yeah.
draw a dick
A
on it.
dick.
Yeah.
You have to draw a dick on it.
But one day I really thought about it. My intrusive thoughts didn't win that one. I did steal. I got that whole Afghani A&A Special Forces M65 with all the patches on it. I got that. I was just hanging in the gym. Bunch of stuff. Bunch of neat things. Hanging around. Lots of stuff.
Mike looks like he's about to pass out.
I'm actually losing steam. I'm pretty
Yeah,
fucking
we're
tired.
getting there.
I'm pretty fucking tired.
Tired's definitely there.
Yeah.
Well, what you need to do is you need to grab that string of anal beads and give him a nice good pull start.
Just like you're fucking starting a chainsaw. Yeah.
Get that 2-stroke purring.
Ah! Yeah. Ah!
Ah!
And then go to the hospital because you're bleeding out of your ass.
Yeah, you'll be awake all night.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
That's good. I don't want to be
You'll
awake
be
all
face
night.
down, ass up in that hospital bed, just screaming.
Maybe you get a cute nurse to look at your ass.
The cute nurses really don't work at night. It's going to be like the 50-year-old river troll that's been doing this for like 30 years.
but has amazing bedside manner, and you just want to give her a hug because she's just so comforting.
Yeah.
Jakey Poo. So Mazouf just said, what were the giant sandstorms called again in Iraq? You fucked it up.
The Haboob.
Haboob.
Muzian.
I was trying to remember the name.
Haboob.
Yeah. I wasn't even there, and
I was going Habib, and I was like, I know that's not right.
Yeah.
But it was so fucking funny, like his reaction to like when we saw that wall of fucking red lightning and fucking dust. He goes,
yeah.
Oh, Muzian, Haboob.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is that's Haboob? And he's like, Haboob, Muzian. And I'm like, well, if he's not doing well and he lives here, I'm probably not going to fare that well in this storm either.
I'm going to go get my camera and stand outside like a Midwest dad.
I should have I should have done that.
Yeah.
That was first deployment for me.
Yeah.
But like, so
Wow,
I slept through every sandstorm except for the very first one I ever experienced.
So the story is like when he said Muz and Haboob, and that guy that I just sent his name, he looks at me, he goes, and he looks at me, he goes, oh fuck. All right, get all this paperwork, everything inside, way back from the door. Because it was important
and
paperwork.
Put something heavy on it.
Yeah, he's like, get it the fuck inside now, like right now, do that. And I'm like, okay. So I started rushing, get the clipboards, because we had a bunch of like we had to do a shitload of paperwork, you know, where we were at. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, thanks, Abu Ghraib.
And he goes, more, faster, let's go. And I'm like, okay, why? And he goes, just fucking do it. And I'm like, okay, so we got it all done. And he goes, oh. And he pulls like this ball of clava up over his face and he goes, these fucking suck. And I'm like, what? Is it gonna be that bad? He goes, yeah, it will be. And all of a sudden we get like the fucking 100-mile-an-hour winds.
You get hit by the wind first, and then the dust comes.
Yep. It was just like I was sitting there, I had a shamag, but I didn't have it on. And I'm like, whatever, like we can see the dust coming. And the wind just fucking hit us. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. And the Iraqis are in their shack. And the guy I was telling you about is like out there with me. He's like, we have to stay out here. But he's like, you got to put something on your face. And I'm like, okay. So the wind is hitting. It's just fucking like hurricane winds.
And then the sand comes and it feels like you're in a sand blaster.
Dude, it was fucking noon. And it was completely pitch black.
Yep.
I could not see my hand in front of my face.
Yep.
And I'm like, hey, are you still there? He goes, yeah, I'm right here. Like, I told you it was going to suck. And so I got my shamag and I know how to actually tie them. So I did that. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. And we're sitting there and it's like, what's that pitch black? It was like really dark red.
Brown. It was like dark brown.
But it was red because it was the middle of the fucking day. The first one that I experienced. It was like noon. So it was like dark red. And I'm like, this is fucking creepy.
Mm-hmm.
And everything was silent after that. And it was just like nothing. And all of a sudden the generators kicked off. Or like they shut off because they were getting so fucking. And I just hear, you know, the boom. And it was silent. And I'm like, my ears started ringing. And I'm like, that was the first time I realized I'm like, my ears are fucked. Like tinnitus and shit. I'm like, and he goes, just fucking relax. Just sit where you're at. Just relax. And I'm like,
the bad guys aren't doing anything in this anyway.
Yeah, that's what he told me. He goes, nobody's gonna do shit. Nobody can see shit. Nobody's gonna be fucking around.
Guy runs up, stabs you with sword, proceeds to take all paperwork.
Well, no, not possible. But like, and everybody just shut up. And then it was like we're sitting there, and I had the shamag on, but also my mouth got like crusted with dust inside, and I'm like. You know, lifting it up and spitting out a full fucking mouthful of dust. And I'm like, holy fuck. And we had like 4 of those that summer.
Yep. And I slept through every single one of them.
Yeah, good for you. You fucking.
He's got it smart. He's got it figured out. It's the right strategy.
Well, there was one time I was walking towards the fucking phone Connex to like call home. And all of a sudden the wind came and I'm like, oh no. So I threw something over my face, but I'm outside and I'm just like dealing with the wind. And it was by the green beans at Cropper. It was that little shack they had.
I miss green beans.
Good coffee, not bad. And
there's smoothies.
yeah, well, I literally had a smoothie almost every day that I could, and it was like
fruit
fucking
smoothies.
Yep, it was like again a morale booster, so I didn't do something. And then what was funny is like green beans was probably about, I don't know, 15 yards away from the phone trailer, and I was sitting behind that shielding myself, and it was like fucking the wind, and I'm like, God damn it! And all of a sudden it was the silence, and I opened my eyes, and I'm like, okay, here's the building. I'm like feeling it. And I literally had to like silent walk, like really slowly, 15 yards to get to that phone trailer. I walk in there, and one of the guys is on the phone, and he looks at me, he goes, what the fuck just happened? And I'm like, haboob. And he goes, oh, God damn it. And then he's talking to whoever he was talking to. So I go down on the phone, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to talk to you for a bit. Maybe this will pass. I get out of the phone trailer, and it's like probably, I don't know, 150 yards from there to my room, right? It took me probably an hour to walk back because I was like running into T-walls. I couldn't see again this far in front of my face, and I'm like feeling around. I'm like, okay, and dude, it was just so fucking insane. As far as like the lack of visibility. And then got back to the room, and like my roommates were in there, and they're like, holy shit, where have you been? And I'm like, trying to get back here.
Sitting in the dust and the sand. And
that was at night too. So that sucked. It was pitch black. I was alone, and I'm like, I don't know where the fuck I am. I know how to get back, but I kept running into like T-walls because I was like going like 2 feet this way versus that way. And it was just like, God damn, they're like, another fucking sandstorm. Yeah, our AC just shit out. And I'm like, lovely.
It's probably full of sand.
It was.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. And they're like, yeah, our AC just shit out. And I'm like, fucking again?
Yep.
Yeah, those fucking storms are no joke. The ones they get in the US, like in Arizona and shit, do not compare.
Yeah.
No.
Well, you guys
absolutely
aren't
not.
convincing me that Iraq's
Like,
cool.
Like anybody in chat who's watching who's never been in a haboob, you literally cannot see your arm.
Yep.
You can't see your hand at arm's length in front of your face in the middle of the fucking day. It is brown.
Yep. And it's like, and
the air is.
It stays like that for days too. It's like it takes a long time to clear up.
Well, that short visibility is only for like the first 20 to 30 minutes. It does clear up to the point where you can see like 10, 15 yards after that. But that 10 to 15 yards stays for a couple of days.
Yeah, and it's like it's all red, and it's just fucking. It doesn't matter what time of day it is. It's just all the same fucking no visibility. Like there's nothing, and you can't breathe, and it's just fucking. And the dust is
restarting.
What's up?
Yeah, I froze up, and my connection had to restart.
Well, we're getting to be
still here.
Time.
Did you guys ever see anything or hear any stories about paranormal ghost stories in Iraq?
No.
I'm a weirdo like that, and I'll just say this: when we got off the fucking bus from BIOP on May 8th, 2008 or 2009, and we got to our fob, to our barracks, we actually, again, I'll never bitch about my living conditions either. We had the new barracks that they had built. We didn't have to stay in shoes, which were probably nicer than ours, but like, I will never bitch about the living conditions or the sandwich bar.
You guys had nicer barracks buildings and barracks rooms than we did.
Yes, but they were also smaller. That's the problem.
Yeah, your actual facilities that you had were nicer than ours because we had trailers.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is like, did you ever go into our barracks and like look at one of the rooms?
We never got to go inside.
Well,
some guys did.
Yeah, some guys did. I know because there was some parties and shit, but like not parties like drinking and everything, but like just hang out. But like so our room was the size of a fucking dorm room, but we had 3 fucking beds, 3 wall lockers, and a table with 3 dudes in there. And it was very tight. We'll just say it that way.
We had a few guys who were in 3-room chews or 3-man chews, but
the chews were about well, not twice, but about 1 3/4 the size of our rooms.
Okay.
And
but
so,
like we had some 3-room chews, but most of us were in 2-man chews.
Yeah, exactly. And we some guys like the upper leadership and like the NCOs had 2-man rooms. They had a lot more room than us. We were lower enlisted, obviously, so like we had 3 guys in there, and it was tight. But
yeah, like me and Dahlquist were in the same chew room. Like
go to bed, you're free.
The trailer that we were in was actually 3 2-man rooms. Like it was 3 2-man rooms in one trailer, and then there was other trailers that were the same physical size, but they were 2 3-man rooms.
Okay. Yep. Gotcha.
So like me and Dahlquist were in one room, and then in the room next to us was Newt's brother and Gerald.
Yep.
And I don't remember who was in the room on the other side of them, but that was in our trailer, our chew trailer. And me and Dahlquist, we had our wall lockers in the middle of the chew. So you open the door and you're looking at the side of Dahlquist's wall locker.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense.
So we had divided up like that, so we each had a little bit of privacy. John and Gerald, their chew, they had everything pushed to the outside walls, and in the middle of the floor was wide open.
Yep.
It's like I'm sorry, I wouldn't be able to live for a year like that with another guy. I need some semblance of privacy.
I lost most of my pictures from the deployment and the videos. I lost my hard drive that it was all on. I still have like 25% of them.
If you have the drive, the data can be recovered.
They don't.
Okay.
That's the problem. But anyway, yeah, it was very tight living for us. It was a very small room. But again, it was when it was working, it was AC'd. We had shitters just down the hallway. It was like a dorm, right?
Yeah.
It was barracks.
You were in an actual building.
Yep. But the guys in the chews had more room than us.
Yeah.
Because there was chews right outside a lot of the other guys.
We had to get fully dressed and put shoes on in order to get to the restroom, because the restroom for the latrine trailer for where Dahlquist and I were, we were the farthest away from the fucking latrine trailer.
Yep.
Like, so you could not be farther away from the latrine trailer than we were. It was there was from north to south on the pad there was 5 rows of chews. It was like 5 by 5.
Mm-hmm.
And Dahlquist and I were in the bottom corner.
Yeah.
And the latrine trailer was right smack dab in the middle.
Yep. So you had to walk a bit.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that's why I said I'll never bitch about it. It was tight, but it was a building, and it was I won't ever bitch about that. To get back to answering this guy's question, paranormal shit. So when we got off the bus on May 8th, 2009, my buddy looked at me, and I got this like really weird, like twingy feeling, like this overwhelming, like it wasn't just like, oh, we're in Iraq, because we had already had that when we got off the fucking C-130, right? It wasn't that. It was, we got to the fob we were at, the prison, and he goes, oh, do you feel that? And I'm like, yep. It was like this fucking energy that was around that was so fucking negative and so viscerally, like, the fuck is the word I'm looking for? It's like
melancholy.
No. It wasn't. It was sinister. Sinister.
Okay.
It was like, oh fuck. And then he goes, he again, this is like stepping off the bus to this fob from the airport, a quarter mile away. And I just went, yep, I definitely got that vibe. And then he goes, this is gonna be a long year. And it fucking was. And our barracks were pretty close to Compound 5. Remember that? Did you ever go there? That's where they held Saddam.
Got to go into the TIF. Yeah,
I never got I never got to go into Compound 5, but we were literally about 100 yards away from Compound 5 where we lived. And it was this energy. It was because I believe in paranormal shit. I believe in ghosts and shit like that. I believe in energy a lot. It's really weird, but like it was a feeling that I haven't gotten since. Well, no, the last time I got it was in the first house that I grew up in. I'm convinced that there was something fucking there that was fucking demonic.
Yeah, the haunted one.
Yeah, where a lot of paranormal shit happened to me when I was a kid. It was fucking unexplainable, and there's no whatever. And you know, I still I don't know how to quantify this, but like, yeah, it's yeah, in Iraq when we got there, it was very
Weird.
old.
You didn't want to go to prison? Sounds
No,
like
no,
everyone else.
It wasn't that. It
Oh.
was a very old, sinister energy.
Yeah.
Like very old, very ancient. And it was like, oh, it does not want us here. That energy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. That's the vibe I got. Like
yeah,
without nobody said anything, like whatever. It was just like this fucking like feeling.
Yeah, it's called Iraq.
No, because not all of Iraq's like that, but like it was why we were there, and it was
kind of sounds like they wanted you to leave from the beginning.
Well, yeah, a lot of them did, but
about half of them did.
I don't blame them, but like it's I'm trying to think of like any like okay, so he says Afghanistan has strange lights and shit, but like I had a lot of really, and I don't know if this is because I was so stressed at the time.
Yeah.
But I had a lot of really, really fucked up dreams. Like some of the most fucked up dreams I've had since I was a kid, and I was in that house.
Probably because you had all those chemicals running through your body from the stress.
Could have been.
Yeah.
Could have been. But like they were fucked up. They were terrifying. I didn't sleep a lot in Iraq, right? So that's the whole thing is like I didn't sleep, but when I did, it was just like I don't know. It's probably explainable like scientifically with chemicals, like you just said. But I had
you got so much cortisol built up in your bloodstream from stress.
And viscerally fucking terrifying dreams. And I wake up and I don't know if I'm awake. And my roommates would say that when I came back and I slept for like an hour or two, they would be able to have a full conversation with me. And they record again, the hard drive. I fucking hate that I lost that. They recorded some conversations they had with me when I was dead asleep, but I was still like talking coherently. I don't have any recollection of these things. And it was sinister shit that I was saying. And so I don't know how to quantify that as far as like scientifically or psychologically. But they did record though, and I listened to some of them and I'm like, Jesus Christ, like what the fuck? It was really weird. And I didn't experience any like lights and shit like that. Like the whole time we were over there, I felt like this ominous, constant like presence. It's energy, like it's. And there were certain people like detainees that when they looked in my eyes, a lot of them I was just like, hey, whatever, it's a person, who gives a shit. There were some people that just look in my eyes and I got like my fucking blood ran cold. I'm like, this is some entity from somewhere.
Yeah, and it's called a terrorist.
Whatever.
They do terror. That's their thing. You know what you're suffering from? The terror. That's kind of their thing. That's why they're called a terrorist.
Yeah, thanks. But it was because a lot of them I just wouldn't. Oh, you're pulling this up?
Yeah.
On your pad?
This is where this was pad 12. So this was mine and Dahlquist Chew right here on the end of this trailer. And this was the shower trailer, and that was the latrine trailer.
Yeah.
And this is actually when we were there. These were actually our trucks. This is from August of 2009.
Yep.
So yeah, this was while we were there, and that was our DFAC right there. It was the chapel. MWR and Jim was there. Call center was there. And these were Haji shops, and that was laundry.
Can you go to Cropper and see if what that's been updated as?
Hold on a second. I gotta change a setting here because I literally just installed this. Where's the zoom? I'm still getting my computer set back up from when I had to reinstall Windows a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
And I don't have everything back on it. There's not going to be any imagery of Cropper from 2009. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I just want to see what's there on the.
Where the fuck?
That's not
here.
Cropper.
It is. They actually have the. This was all suppressed until recently.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So really quick.
I know these were your barracks.
That was my barracks, the first one. Yep.
Yep.
That was where I lived for a fucking almost a year. There's a soccer field right there, and then yeah, the DFAC, go scroll up a little. You know where the DFAC is, right there.
Yeah,
yep.
The DFAC was right there.
And there was the Haji shop next to it, down a little bit. It was that bombed out building that got shut down. Yep. And then yeah, so okay, hold on. That's the Haji shop. And then yeah, we would walk down. So I lived there, and then I'd either walk down this way or I'm showing Devin, but like that was the main way we went from the DFAC because I worked at the gate right there. So
yep. And this is where we would come in to drop off detainees.
No, that's not the front gate. The front gate is a little bit down further. No, it's right there. Yep. And so you guys would come in, and that was where I worked for a long time. And then you guys would come in and like do the loop around down there and then go back out. That's compound 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is where they held the condemned prisoners or the juveniles.
Yeah.
And then compound 5 is down there. Yep, that's compound 5. That was very highly secure.
Yep.
And so yeah, so the gate right there, and then when I was working on the sort team, which is called IRF at that point, Intermittent Reaction Force, that was right there, that little thing inside the TIFF. It was right by the fucking IDC or what the fuck is it called? Where they in process guys. I forgot what it's called. But that big building kind of inside of the gate, right?
Yep.
To the right or to the yep. So that's the building. And so IRF was right to the left of that little tiny chew.
This one?
Yep.
Over here.
No, that's the one right there. The one that you just had it on. Or no, wait, hold on. Okay, there's the gate. Yeah, that is it. It got updated then.
Yeah, this was August 2009. So this is when we were here.
Okay, hold on. Oh, no. IRF was on that. It was the trail right there. The one you just had your cursor on. Yep, that was it. That's where we worked. And then yeah, these were all like the fucking buildings they lived in. These were all tents. This is August 2009.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was there.
8/2009.
Huh. August 8th. Yeah. It's a date that we got rocketed.
Well, it's not August 8th. It's just 8/2009.
Oh, okay.
So it's just the month of August.
So we got that, but that's where we lived. And then so down below our barracks, those were former Republican Guard barracks, and they were still being occupied by our guys. And they fucking, it was like a goddamn dungeon. We went in because we were like trading. I bought a guitar from a guy who was in those, and those fucking things were so damp and full of bugs. And those guys had to live in those fucking barracks. And I'm like, Jesus Christ.
And then right down here was Stryker.
That's Stryker, yep. And then that's DFAC right there, that big building. Yep. That's the fucking DFAC. And then we stayed in the tents, scroll up and to the right. Yep, our tent was right fucking there. It was the on the bottom row, it was the bottom right, top left, and right. Bottom right row. Top left and right. That was where we stayed the month, or it was like 20 days before that. I was in the one on the outside, and that fucking when we got hit that on New Year's, That fucking a round landed right fucking there, across the street, like right fucking there. Yep,
Yeah,
right
over
there.
in that's the Air Force Base.
Yep, exactly. And they were hitting those fuckers hard. And there was the fucking that's the airport. Yeah.
Yep, that's the Air Force Base.
Yep. And they got really close that night. That was actually, I'm
Yep.
like, I'm 10 days out from fucking leaving, and they're gonna kill me now. What in the fuck?
Yeah, there's the Air Force Base DFAC.
Yeah, I never got to go there.
I got to go there once, so don't feel bad. And then
so this is August of 2009. Yeah, there's all flowers right there. Yeah. The fucking palace.
Alpha Palace.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this was what did they call this part of the camp? It wasn't Striker.
No, it was what the fuck did they call it? It was a certain part where you can go out and like it was a lot of brass there.
Was it Cobra? Was it Fob Cobra?
No. Cobra was where my dad was at in 04. Up near the Iranian border in Diyala.
But yeah, this wasn't Victory.
No,
this
was
wasn't
its
Victory.
own thing. That was its own thing.
Victory was on the other side. This was Victory here.
Yep.
And I got to go to the Victory DFAC once.
Yeah.
After
that's what you were saying.
So we would do 5 after my Article 15. I would do 5Ks with Hanky and the headquarters people. So we would actually come. Where would the 5Ks start?
Yeah, where's Camo Hill?
That's right here.
Yeah, that fucking trek. Yeah, I ran that for my PT test. Yep. Yeah. So that's what the Phalanx was, or the C-Ram.
Yep. So
I always miss shit.
Where the fuck did we start those? So for the 5Ks, we would actually start them like right over here somewhere.
Yeah.
Or was it right over here? I don't remember which side it was right over here somewhere. Whatever, we would start this, and we would literally run all the way around this fucking lake. It was a 5K all the way around the lake.
Yeah, 3.2 miles. Yeah.
Yep, and then we would end down here by the palace.
Yep. Yeah, you guys were way closer to that shit than I was, but like,
I never got to go to the palaces. I never got to go to any of the palaces because I had Mockler and Shimon who wouldn't let us go anywhere and do anything.
I got literally the entire time I was there, I got 1 day, and I was with my team leader, who who was an E7 when he medically retired. He went with me, and we had 1 fucking day, the entire deployment, where we got off, and we went to can you pull up Alpha and like see the Flintstone village?
I'm not entirely sure where that's at.
It's so go to Alpha. That's not Alpha. That's the
I know what the Flintstone village is, but I don't know where it's at.
It's right next to Alpha. If you can pull up that.
I don't know where Alpha is.
So the palace, like pull out, go down.
Oh, yeah, down here.
Okay. And it's well, that's the Victory over America palace, and then Alpha is
up by where he was.
Yeah, Alpha is
that's Alpha.
That's Alpha.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the fucking bridge. Okay. So Flintstone village is zoom out a little bit. God, where the fuck was it? Let's go up. It's right around there. It's probably up to the right. Go down. Oh, I think I saw it. Yep. Or no. Is that it? It's right around, because you can see Alpha and the Victory over America palace that was half built. From it. No, because that's the main entrance right there. Okay. Where in the fuck? I can't remember where it was. Never mind. I know I was there and I got pictures and it was fun.
Yeah, I never got to go there. I know what you're talking about, but I never got to. And that was one of the kids' Uday or Kusei. That was their palace, and that still had fucking bomb holes in it.
Yeah, yeah.
And missile holes.
All these buildings were fucked up. Like these things got fucking wrecked. But yeah, where's Cropper again from? Let's just zoom out. Okay, so you were there. Yes, we were that far from you? Jesus Christ.
We were up here.
Yeah, we were still at, like, because the airport was definitely just right in between us.
Yep.
But yeah, you see how
Yeah.
close we were to the fucking airstrip.
Yep. And
Yeah,
we were literally right underneath the departure.
Yeah, it's
where
loud,
we
dude.
were at.
When the fucking C5s took off, I'm like, oh my god,
Them fucking galaxies, yeah.
dude, the ground shook.
That's a big fucking plane.
And so that was
Yep,
your
this
chew.
Yeah, my chew
Yeah, I
was
know, I see that, yep.
was this one right here on the
Yeah.
very rightmost end.
Yep.
This was a basketball court. These were fresh water tanks. This was our motor pool.
Oh.
And the camo shop that I worked in with Hanky and Oviska
Yep.
was right here. Was the bottommost of this trailer. But yeah, that was our motor pool tent.
Damn.
And then one of those rocket attacks, I think one of the ones that killed one of our guys up here on Liberty, I think hit this pad.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, that was the day before I went home on leave.
Yeah.
That was October 3rd, 2009. And I remember hearing them going over us. So like zoom out, go to Cropper, like see, because Cropper was on the outskirts. They would shoot from that entire like field where there's like farms and shit. They would shoot over us and they would hit you guys in the fucking air. They would hit the airport mostly and the airbase. But then
when they were shooting from here, they were actually shooting from up here somewhere.
Oh,
they were shooting us
that night? Because we heard it. We could hear them go off and we're like, okay, I can't hear like the fucking whiz or the whistle. And I'm like, okay, where the fuck is that? Yeah.
So we would run missions. We would always, we'd always run out this way. This was Irish. This was Route Irish.
Oh, Route Irish.
Yeah, we would run straight out Route Irish.
That was the guy I was saying about earlier that I typed his name. He was in third ID and had to initially establish that Route 05.
Yeah. And this was Route Michigan. This Highway 11 was Route Michigan. Route Michigan was black in 2005 when my buddy Andy was in Iraq, and it was still black in 2009. So that tells you how nasty that route is, and it was literally right outside our fucking base.
Yeah,
like, we were here. We were right here. Our fuel point that we got fuel at is right here. This is where we got our fuel for our trucks, and there was an ECP onto Michigan right here.
Yeah,
but we always went out ECP4, which was over here.
Yeah.
And then we would drive around the north end of Biop, and then we would drive out the main ECP here to get onto Irish because it was safer than going the shorter route down Michigan.
For sure, yeah. You don't get fucking hit with IEDs. Yeah, it's like, or ambushed. It's like fucking, because then there's Baghdad right there.
But then we would run up. And then we would run up here. I don't remember what this ASR was called. But this is from this interchange on was all elevated highway until we got up to this interchange.
Oh, fuck that.
And this whole gray area right here was what we called Trash City. It was literally it was literally a fucking garbage dump that people lived in. They had huts and shit built inside this fucking garbage dump, and it was always on fire.
Yep.
And that smoke would carry all the way down to the VBC to West Liberty where we were at.
Damn.
That was where was the burn pit? I know that wasn't. There was two things. There was Trash City and there was the fucking big burn pit on Victory.
I don't know where that burn pit was. I never saw it with my own eyes.
Well, because zoom out a bit.
Because I thought it was on East Liberty, and this is East Liberty here.
Yeah. Okay. So say
this is the
Como
main
Hills
PX.
right there.
Yeah.
Como Hills right there.
And the main PX is right there.
Yeah. Yep. And so zoom out. Because it had to be somewhere around there because zoom out more, like show Cropper in the frame. So yeah, it was right there, and we were right there. Yeah, and when the wind was right, it was fucking disgusting.
Yeah, and I honestly do not know where that burn pit was at because I never actually saw it.
Yep, I didn't either, but I saw the smoke and I smelled it, and it was fucking nasty.
Yeah,
absolutely. Like it's one of those things where your body just goes, "This is not good." Get away immediately, and I'm like,
yeah.
Zoom out to Cropper one more time, or like go into Cropper, and I'll explain the compounds. This is really cool. This is actually updated to 2009 because like before it was updated from like 2004 when they initially went in there before all this shit was built.
And then it didn't get updated again until like 2012.
Yeah, and then
after we were gone.
Go down a little bit. So that little grove of trees, there was a fucking guard tower in there, a really fucking tall one. It's date trees. They're really tall. Can you see that? I know where it is, but it's not showing it 3D. It's that.
Right here.
Oh yeah, there it is. So there's this giant fucking tower, and there was a sniper tower. So they had Ugandans in there. Luckily enough, we were so safe. And they would, if people, because go to the left a little bit. So they would sit out in these fields, right? And they would, just like zoom in with Cropper and the fields showing. Yep, there you go. And just go to a little bit to the right.
In the corner.
Go up to the upper right a bit. I'll explain to you what went down a lot of nights. Get the tarmac in view. You can do all that shit. Yep. Okay. So there's a tarmac. So they would sit out in those fucking fields. Right. Yep, exactly. So they would sit out in these fucking fields. There's a bunch of houses and shit out there. I saw this because I would run down around Cropper and shit. And what they would do is, I know I've told you this, but like for people that are watching, they would, during the middle of the day in like the summertime, they would take tubes, whether they were homemade or legit surplus tubes, and they would put fucking blocks of ice in the bottom of the mortar tube. They'd drop the round on top of it, and they would fucking skedaddle. And wherever that tube decided to launch that fucking round, it would either go over us to the tarmac, which you can see is right fucking there. It's right there. Like where we lived, like highlight the barracks because you can see that right there where I lived. They would shoot about that far away constantly, like to the tarmac and that base. But they would shoot from over there over us most of the time. Well, a couple times they fucking got real close to us. Yep, that's what they would shoot at. Those planes that are sitting on the fucking taxiway or the whatever the fuck you call it, they would try to hit those constantly. And there's helicopters there. Yeah. Yep. That's a fucking.
Those look like 53s. Those look like UH-1s.
Yep.
I'm not sure what that is. That's C-130, C-130, C-130. Those are Blackhawks.
Yep.
Oh, they're probably Pavehawks.
But that's how close we were.
And those are C-17s.
Yep, those are C-17s. And then, yeah. So that's how close we were. And we constantly had shit going over us. We got hit sometimes directly, like really close. And it's fucking terrifying. But they would constantly be shooting at the Air Force guys from that field to the left. And yeah, like my barracks are right there. And but they'd constantly do that shit. And they had this blimp that sat up. It was
the barrage balloon.
Yes. But it had a camera on it, right? And it had a high-speed camera, and it would detect like the shock, the concussion. Yeah, that was like sitting over there. Yeah, it was somewhere.
There was another one over here.
Yeah, I think we only saw the one most of the time.
Yeah,
but it was in the distance. And so what they would do is they would capture the fucking concussion, and then it would just immediately zoom in. That's why they started dropping rounds on ice and then just leave, because they would zoom in on the position. They grab the tube and everything, the mortar tube, but the people would be gone. And they got really smart about that. And yeah, it was just fucking insane. Yeah, this is I'm glad they updated this because this is when we were there. This is what it looked like. And I'm
trying to find where the barrage balloon was tethered over here on Victory because I drove past it quite a bit.
Yeah, and we could see it. Yeah,
because every now and then we would come down this other.
Right, so zoom out to Cropper because I remember it was okay. So the sun went down on the way. It was to the east of Cropper. All right, almost straight east from Cropper.
Yep, that's towards the airfield.
Okay, so it was almost straight. So find Cropper. It was almost straight east, and it was probably about 1.5 miles from us, which would probably just be across the airfield.
Yeah.
So it's probably somewhere around the palace because all the brass was there.
Yeah.
And Yeah, it was somewhere around there because I could see it, and they would take pictures, and then they'd be like, "Oh, nothing. We have nothing." And but that's it. This looks like a really big area, but it's really not. It's really pretty small.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's only slightly bigger than like what in a regular international airport would be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like
it's
Yeah.
actually quite big. We actually drove all the way around the base one time. There's a tunnel right here that goes underneath the main entryway for the airport. Yeah, and you can drive all the way around the airport and not leave a secured area.
Yeah, I guess I was just so confined to that because going to Cropper again. So Cropper is literally, well, you know how big it was. So scroll up a little bit.
The boundary, the southern
There you
boundary for Cropper is like right here.
Yep. So scroll up the tad, and that
And,
was
like,
it.
the upper
Compounds,
boundary is,
and
like,
it's
right
that
there.
part 2 to the right was Cropper as well. That was administrative buildings and shit. That's an SF facility, or it was.
Yep.
You see the ranges and shit right there. Yep, they would always be shooting shit and whatever. Cropper was fucking tiny, so like
Yep.
that was
It was a
that was
postage
it.
stamp.
That was it.
All of Cropper is on the screen.
Exactly, and it's like that's where we were confined to. And we also couldn't go into Compound 5. We couldn't go to Striker's right there. We couldn't go to.
Like I said, there's an ECP right here just
Yep,
to get
right there.
from Striker into Cropper.
Into Cropper, because Cropper didn't exist at that point officially. It was like kind of those things that kept silent. And
this is the way that we always came in. This was the other ECP
Yep.
into Cropper.
That's the main, and that's where my barracks were.
Yep.
That's why we saw you guys come in, and then
we would come in and we would park right here until they told us where to go.
Yep, and then we'd hear your trucks and shit, be like, "Oh, our guys are here," and then you guys would go down into the. So I'm just
Sally Port right here.
So that walk from my barracks to the Sally Port was probably only about a quarter mile. Well, going around everything, yeah, about a quarter mile. As the crow flies, it was probably about 1/8 of a mile. That's really small, like the barracks. So these barracks had
they're 2-story buildings.
Yeah, they're 2 stories.
Or are they 3?
I think they're 2. They had 16, I think, rooms. Like one. No, they had 32 rooms, 16 on each side, the whole length. Not very big, whatever. And then I'd walk from there to go up a little bit. I'd walk from there and I'd go that way or that way. It's a horse apiece. Yep. There's a defect. The gym is right next to it. It's below that, that building right there, that with the peaked roof. That was the gym.
Yep.
And in the Haji shop.
Where was the Iraqi defect?
Go into the TIFF. Okay, so Sally Port, go into the okay. So that little tent right there.
Right here.
No, and then zoom in a little bit more. It was the one go down. Right there. The one below the it was covered with that shit, the radar screening. That's the Iraqi chow hall.
Oh.
Yep.
Why did they have it inside the TIFF?
Because most of the ICOs were working in the TIFF. They didn't want them to, because they didn't have badges and they had to be escorted everywhere they went. And so they found it necessary to most of them are working in the TIFF. We had our guys outside, and IRF, they're also those guys can come and go as they please, basically, because they had badges. But most of the guys didn't. And so they wanted to contain them so we didn't have to constantly deal with them at the fucking gate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So, but that's where I would go to eat a lot. And
I bet that made it really convenient if you were already inside the TIFF.
Oh, well, no, I was at the gate, but and so okay, go down to Compound 5, or Compound 4 rather. Sorry, my bad. I fucked up. It's the one up there. These are 1, 2, and 3. That one. So that's Compound 4 with tents, the GP mediums. That's where the condemned people and the juveniles were held. Okay. That sucked to search, by the way. That was fucking awful. Now, the 2 long buildings right there are the SHU, the special housing unit. That looked like Gitmo. Like when you see pictures and videos of Gitmo, that right there was fucking diamond steel floors and fucking steel cells.
Pressure washable surfaces, no knobs, bars, anything to hang yourself on, nothing to be used as a weapon. It's literally just a steel box.
So that was the SHU. And I went in there a couple times and it was fucking creepy. And then, Yeah, going back. Okay, so then behind Compound 4, there's a little place you can go, like on that road right there. Oh, this is fucking cool. Yep, right there with those are tents. That was the education facility. And I had to go and clear that by myself many times at night or during the day, mostly at night, and then to go in there and make sure nobody was in there. That was fucking creepy, being alone that far away from the fucking Earth Shack and backup. And then the little things you see to the left, like on the same line, those were all water pallets.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yep, those were all water pallets. And then you get the fucking buildings. And yeah, I mean that was my life for almost a year. Just
Yep.
this whole area right here. That was it.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
and-
probably gonna head out. It's been like
Yeah,
3.5
go ahead.
hours.
Yeah,
so.
go ahead.
Yeah, we would run from here. We'd run down to Cropper, pick guys up, take them back out of the base, and run them all the way the fuck up here to Taji.
Yeah.
And this was the TIFF up in Taji.
Oof. That's big.
Where was that it? Let me get reacquainted because Taji is fucking huge.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger than Cropper. Holy shit.
Yeah, Taji was fucking huge. Where the fuck were we?
This is 15 fucking years ago. It's insane.
I know. It's fucking sad.
Jesus, man.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's not the TIFF. That's not the TIFF. It can't be the TIFF. No, that doesn't look familiar. I'm running off a 15-year-old memory.
Yeah.
It wasn't that far north.
When you pull up Cropper, I recognize it immediately, and I can tell you how it smells, how it looks, and every part of that. Because there's shit trenches too that we didn't talk about, which was fucking disgusting.
Okay, so there's Taji. Where's the gate in? Main gate for Taji. No, it wasn't this. Was it? Yeah, this was the main gate for Taji. This is the way we went in all the time.
Yep.
So we came down this way. Turn left. No, that can't be it. Oh, fuck memory. Like seriously, straight up fuck memory. We didn't come down this far to get to the TIFF. It was up here somewhere.
What you just said. Yeah, that's the TIFF. It looks like the TIFF.
No, this was too spread out. Fuck, I know. Okay, that's the ECP again. Where the Here's the TIFF. No, was that? It doesn't look right. My memory is not agreeing with that. I want to say this was where the TIFF started, but I just don't. Yeah. This was. They don't have the images updated for what the actual TIFF looked like.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is what it looked like at the time, because we would come up here. Yeah, this was the TIFF at Taji.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah, I bumped up the age of the imagery. But yeah, this was the TIFF at Taji. This is where we drove in, and then we would pull up here next to this building, and that's where we would load detainees.
Yeah.
But most of the time when we got here, we just parked in this dirt lot over here and just waited.
Yep.
But Taji was fucking huge.
Yeah, a lot bigger than Cropper for sure. Holy fuck.
Well, and then when you came down this road to actually get to the main post, these are all Iraqi army vehicles of one form or another that were all blown up.
Yep.
Like there's a whole line of fucking T-72s right here.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is all Iraqi vehicles that were just all blown up that they were waiting to scrap. That they had just wherever they were knocked out, they just dragged them here after the U.S. took over just to clean up the area. But all of the Apaches were out of Taji too.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yep.
There probably weren't any in this image because of when this image was, but no, all the Apaches that flew around the area, they all came out of Taji. And occasionally we'd make it down to the DFAC here. Not very often. And then there was the Iraqi side of Taji over here. This is all Iraqi.
That's fucking huge, man.
Yeah. Like this whole off square area is Taji. Yep. And
Damn.
that's where we would go to transport. Like Taji is actually bigger than the VBC.
Yeah.
And then that one time where we almost got, where I narrowly missed getting blown up by that truck bomb by a week, that was right here.
Yep.
This curly Q building on the right, that was the Ministry of Justice, and then right across the road was the Ministry of Parks, Municipalities and Parks. But yeah, we parked right here on the fucking street, and we were there for like 4 hours while they literally had to walk everybody around the building to go in from the back because the front of the building is all blocked off with T-walls.
Yeah.
But yeah, I walked right on this street corner for like 4 hours while they were having their fucking meeting, and then a week later a fucking truck bomb went off right where we were parked. So that was one near miss. Another near miss that we had was a completely different mission. I need to turn off 3D buildings. Another completely different mission. We actually ended up driving all the way over. I don't remember what bridge we crossed, but we drove all the way over to this MSR that goes past Sadir City.
Sadir
City's right. Yeah, Sadir City's right up here. We were all the way up there. Yeah. And then we wound our way down. This is the old Ministry of Defense compound. Ministry of Defense compound was right here. We called it the old mod. And so when we left, we came out here, we hung a right, and then we hung a left at this intersection. And like less than 15 minutes after we cleared this intersection, the next unit that came through got lit the fuck up right at that intersection, less than 15 minutes after us. But we were on our way back, and we were out of radio contact because of how far away we were.
Yep.
Nobody back at our talk, they knew that there had been an ambush right there, a big one, but they didn't know who, and they couldn't get in touch with us because we were outside of communication. We got back and we pulled into our parking spots, and everybody came out of the fucking talk, and they were all white-faced.
Yeah.
Like they were shocked that we were alive. They were like, "Are you guys okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, what happened?" Because we didn't know until we got back.
Yeah.
But yeah, then there's the embassy compound right here. We picked up dignitaries there a lot to take them. This is the old Ba'ath Party headquarters. That's where the Iraq High Tribunal was held.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the Compound 5 guys got taken to their hearings.
Nice.
And what we would do is we would come in here, and we would actually come around the back side of the building. And it's hard to see from this angle, from the camera angle, but there's a slot in the building right here on the ground level.
Yep.
And we would actually drive the Rhino bus right into that slot, and we'd block it in with a Humvee.
Yeah.
And that's where we would unload the high value detainees. They'd go down into the cells in the basement, and then we would have a security detail that would stay there with them for the entire time that they're having their hearings. Then we'd load them back up and bring them back.
Yeah, lucky us.
So part of my unit for my first deployment lived on this base, and they were, whatever their mission was plainclothes.
Huh.
And then this building here, we would come in off of this ASR and then come up this way. This is where the average run-of-the-mill detainees went to their hearings. This was just the regular Iraq criminal court or whatever the fuck it was. And then we would do a day-long security detail here. And we had a machine gun nest right here on this corner. DeWitt actually went all the way to the top of the clock tower.
Nice.
Yeah, that was actually that would have been a really nice building when it was actually fully functional. It was gorgeous inside, and it was huge. It was 3 floors, but they were like 20-foot ceilings. So, no, that was what we did.
Yeah, you guys got around a lot.
We did that mission a lot. Right here is the Cross Sabers, where we did our detainee release, and that's actually where my the picture that I have that I used as a background that one time was taken right here.
At least you get to see it.
Then the only real other thing that we did.
I'm fading pretty fucking quick, dude.
I can tell.
We
came up.
Yeah.
This building right here is where Saddam was hung.
Hanged,
hunged, whatever.
Hanged.
But yeah, I actually got to go there a couple of times.
Interesting.
That's where we were supposed to take Chemical Ali for his execution.
No, where'd you end up actually taking him?
We didn't. That was actually the guys that replaced us that got that.
Oh, the Texas guys? Yeah.
Yeah. That was the guys that replaced us who got that. Lucky bastards. But yeah, that's FOB Justice, or at least it was. But yeah, that was basically my deployment.
Yeah, we actually lived not that far from each other, but you guys actually got to go out and do shit.
Yeah, we actually got to come down here once too. There was a U.S. outpost out here. This is the nuclear site that the Israelis bombed back in the 80s or 90s.
Nice.
90s. Yep. This was a U.S. outpost out here that we actually went out to one time. I don't even remember why. Anyway, that's enough reminiscing for me.
Yeah, I know it's a lot. It's like I've actually never seen Cropper in 2009 from an aerial shot. So it was like I know every fucking building, I knew everything, and it's just like, yeah. I mean, I didn't get to travel much because of the situation. It's like, no, you're not getting off of here. You guys need to stay here.
And that was a really stupid by our command. Like it was really stupid by our command to not have some sort of rotation set up to get you guys off at Cropper. Like Cropper was such high intensity workload that nobody should have been doing it for more than 3 months.
And we fucking burned out.
Like I can understand why they did it, because they're like, okay, these guys know what they're fucking doing because they are already there. So let's just leave them there because they know what they're doing, and then we don't have to train anybody else up. But it wouldn't have been fucking anything for them to rotate out like one squad at a time.
Yep. It fucking sucked for a lot of reasons, but like that's just one of them. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. It happened. It's over. It's been over. But like, it's just fucking that. Just a lot of waste of
But
resources and just
you know, it
poor
also makes me
management.
want. It also makes me wonder how much control our command even had over it.
Here's the thing: is in my opinion, I think if our command would have spoken up more and had a fucking spine, because I don't know the details. I haven't talked to them since then. If they would have had more of a spine and said, "Hey, here's how we're going to do things," that might have actually worked, you know. But I
Yeah.
don't think they did. I think they gave up immediately when we got there because they were like, "This is a fucking bullshit mission. We're 11 Bravos. Like, why are we here?" And they just gave up. And it's like,
Why are we subordinate to an MP brigade?
right. But that's where we got stuck, and
Yeah.
it is what it is. I mean, fucking whatever. But it just definitely wasn't a fun year. It really wasn't. It fucking sucked.
I'm glad it's behind me. I really am.
Yeah, me too.
I'm glad I can move forward with my life, even though
Yep.
what I'm doing isn't exactly glamorous or fun.
But you're living. You know, it's like
Yeah.
For a lot of years I just existed.
Yeah.
And it's like that's not, you can't live just when you're existing. That's a different thing. So
I got one question.
I'll see if I can answer it.
How long? Number one, well, it's kind of a two-part. One, did you have falling dreams after you got back?
Yep.
And how long did they take to go away?
9 years.
Mine didn't take that long to go away, but yeah, fucking falling dreams. Those fucking sucked.
I also had the sleep paralysis demon when you're awake, but you can't move your body. And you imagine something like standing over you.
Mm-hmm. I think I might have had that once or twice.
And you can't breathe. It fucking, I had a lot of that shit. And then, but 2019 was when I let go of a lot of this shit.
Yeah.
And that it just takes a while. And it's like each person's different. They handle things differently.
But
like
after the first deployment, the falling dreams took a long time to go away. Like they took years to go away.
Yep.
Second deployment, they were gone in just a few months, I think, if I remember correctly, maybe a year.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's psychology and just like physiology, like the chemical balances and all that shit. Like it's
falling dreams were scarier than the fucking deployment.
Yeah, it's like things that, and yeah, it's we can get into that on a different live stream, but like it's dreams are really weird. You can learn about yourself, or your subconscious from your dreams if you remember them, and B, don't get freaked out by them and just kind of embrace it and be like, okay, why is this happening? Why do I think this is happening?
Yep.
And you can actually tap into your subconscious, and it's mainly shit that you need to let go. And you got to figure out how to do that. It's not just like, oh, just let it go. No, it's not how it works.
You have to, in order to let it go, you have to find out why it's there in the first place and why your subconscious is holding on to it.
Right. And
it takes a lot of introspection, and it takes a lot of digging deep.
It's not easy. And it's like, you got to also figure out how to get past it. That's the hardest part, is just how do you actually just let something go? Who fucking, I don't even know. I've let some things go, but there's still things that I'm like, something will pop up once in a while and I'm like, holy fuck. It's like, oh shit, why am I feeling this way? Why is my body reacting this way? Oh, it's something that I need to just fucking let go because I'm not in that situation anymore. It's not who I am. It's part of who I am. Mm-hmm. It doesn't define me. Yeah.
And a big part of it for me was I was just so ready to be done with the military the whole time we were on deployment.
Yep.
And so it was really, and so like, you've probably noticed this over the last couple of years of us talking, is that you have memories of things that I was there for that I don't fucking remember.
Right.
And it's because I purged as much of that shit out of my memory as I could.
And that's one way to deal with it. And again, to each their own. Each person has to figure out what
Yeah.
works for them.
But the reason why
the reason
why I was able to do that is because I was checked out while we were still fucking there.
Right.
I was checked out while we were still doing it.
And in my brain, my 18-year-old/19-year-old brain, when I was there, I was like, this is the pinnacle of my existence.
Yeah.
And so I had a very different attitude than you did. I'm not saying it's good or bad either way. It just, we were two different people at two different places in our lives.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I was just going to say that.
Yep. And it was like the way I view, because my dad even said this to me, because my dad was 44 when he deployed to Iraq in 2004. Yeah. Oh, it's in the National Guard. Don't worry, they never get deployed. Famous last words. But he was 44, and he and I have obviously talked quite a bit since I got back. And he's like, I don't know if I could have handled your fucking deployment. And I'm like, why do you say that? He goes, it was just so like the politics, I guess, is we'll just narrow it down to that for the sake of brevity. But like the politics and the policies were so fucking stressful. And he's like, I'd rather just go back and fucking, and that was a common theme with a lot of the guys, like our NCOs that had been on the first deployment. Like the first platoon guys, like that were pretty decent for the most part.
Second platoon too.
A lot of them, yes. But
yeah.
You guys had some guys that I'm glad they're not in our fucking platoon. But anyway, all that shit aside, my dad was like,
Halverson and Nelly would have been like over in Cropper.
They would have gotten themselves court-martialed.
Probably.
No, that not probably, most likely.
Yeah, they probably would have had the Department of Defense coming down on them.
We had those people there every fucking day watching us with a microscope.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's what I say. But like, so anyway, my dad says because we were talking one time about, because he obviously, he was in a lot of combat. He got physically and mentally wounded for life, like really bad, both. And, but he's like, yeah, but I was also 44. I was a grown ass adult when I went there. And so my perspective is a lot different than when, I went there when I was 18 years old. And he's like, you think about things differently in different parts of your life. And, he's like, I can't even imagine like how you process that. And I was like, well, this was to be my identity. That's what I thought at that point,
Yep.
and because of the fact that
I was the same way on my first deployment.
Right. And then
I was 19.
And yeah, exactly. And the fact that, I mean, shit did happen, but it's not like the typical 11 Bravo deployment, right?
No.
It's not like to go out and
we weren't kicking doors.
Well, I kicked doors in the TIFF, which is fun.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It's not the same thing. And I always had this fucking guilt of having, and again, like I'll tie this in a little bit, but like I always had this guilt of I didn't do fucking anything compared to what these guys did.
Mm-hmm.
Like my team leaders, my squad leaders, my dad, and it's
the
like
guys that had the CIBs from 2004.
Yep, Purple Hearts and shit. And but I also was told by guys while we were there, after some shit went down, they're like, "Yeah, put in for your CIB, you fucking earned it." And I'm like, "Okay," and I did, and they got shot down. And I was just like, I'm never gonna fucking, add up because the MPs fucked. Well, actually, I found out it was the first sergeant and the commander that fucked me. I thought it was the MPs this whole time, and then
of course, why would it be them when you had Zimmy much closer?
My squad leader, who I saw like 2 years ago at my parents' place, Mark, he told me what happened, and I was like, oh my God. And that's why I was pursuing it so hard, because I'm like, fuck those two, fuck them. And it's like, so now it's just kind of a thing, because like, and I talked to Hanky, and he goes, well, here's the criteria for a CIB in 2009 when you were there. And I was like, he goes, did this happen? I'm like, yep. He goes, did that happen? Yes. And he goes, all right, so then this also needed to happen. I was like, that did. And he goes, all right, well, it qualifies then. And, Bruce, same thing. He's like, that definitely qualifies. and not just that time, but like a couple other times, but like it was one of those things where I was like, well, this is it. This is my pinnacle. This is where I'm going to peak in life. And that's it. It's over. That was the mentality at the time. It's not anymore. It's definitely not anymore. And that's why that's not, we've talked about this privately, but like, it's not my identity. It's part of who I am. And guess what? I had no control over that.
That's where my buddy Andy really is lacking, is because he has wrapped his entire identity from he got out 2005, he got out in 2008, 2009, somewhere in that ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
He was medicaled out. He has wrapped his entire identity around that 4-year period of his life in his mid-20s.
And exactly. Yep. And I know a lot of people like that. And
yes, he saw a lot of shit on his deployment. He was in he basically had 3 deployments wrapped into 3 or 4 different deployments wrapped into one.
Right.
Because their mission kept getting changed because they were the only ones who had tanks. Basically.
Yeah.
So they got sent wherever they were needed. So he had 3 or 4 different primary missions in his deployment at various different times. Well, he saw a lot of fucking shit. So yes, he has every right to be fucked up physically and mentally and psychologically and emotionally from all of that. But he's never let any of it go.
And at a certain point, if you don't, it's never going to get better.
No, and with him, it isn't. He turned into a recluse. He already wasn't very socially well-rounded when he went over there.
Mm-hmm.
And he was not socially well-rounded when he got back. And getting medical out of the Army didn't help matters. And then working federal law enforcement at the tank plant in Ohio didn't help matters any, because that was still basically a paramilitary organization.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
And then after he quit that job because he was burned out after 4.5 years, he moved back to Wisconsin, and he didn't think anything was wrong with him until I met him in 2013. And it wasn't until several years after I met him in 2013 where I finally convinced him that, dude, you're not right. The way that you think, the way that you approach the world is not healthy, and it's not right.
Correct.
You got to get help with that shit. Well, he got help, but he ended up turning into a recluse as a result.
And I have to an extent as well. Because I used to be, like, before I was in the military, I used to be very, I had to be around people constantly. It was just amazing. Like I was a fucking social butterfly, we'll say, right? And got along with everyone. And then when I got back, I had my group of friends that I trusted.
Mm-hmm.
And then that got smaller and that got smaller. And it was just like, it was eating me up for several years. Because it was a trust thing from my experiences. Like, it was a trust thing. And then it took meeting my wife and trusting her and loving her. And when you trust and love somebody and they tell you, you need to let this shit go, this is not your entire identity. You did not peak for that fucking 1 year that you were deployed in your fucking late teens.
Yep.
You've done this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Since then, you've got to realize that doesn't matter. It's not your entire identity.
It's part of the fabric of who you are.
Correct. It's not who you are. It's part of who you are.
Yes. And you're never going to get rid of it, but you have to realize that you can do other bigger, greater things after that.
And I have, but what I was telling her, and that's why I said 2019, like that's the year that, we bought this place and everything. And like, she had a real talk with me, and she always has real talks. Like, when there's certain things that I'm just like spinning on, just like spinning my fucking tires, and like, she can see that, right? And she'll just call it out as it is. And when she told me that, hey, guess what? You haven't been in the military for fucking 9 years, or at that point 7 years, because I got out in 2012. She's like, you haven't been in Iraq for 9 fucking years. Why are you continuously making that your entire identity?
Mm-hmm.
It's not your entire identity. That was a job you did, and you need to get the fuck over it. And I fucking spun out. I, got pissed, of course.
Yep.
And then I came back in. I stormed around the yard for a while, and I was just fucking screaming. I was just bitching. But I knew she was right. That's the subconscious coming out.
Yep.
And I knew she was right, and she is right. And so I started working through that, and since then it's been like a weight, and then it gets better over time once you accept, like, yeah, that happened. That was the experience. That was a job.
Yep.
It's like I've accomplished so many things since I was in the fucking army.
Yep.
So many things. And I just
go ahead.
Really quick. I was just numb to all that shit. I'm like, yeah, none of that shit matters because it's never going to be as good as when I was in the army and I was in Iraq.
Yeah.
And she's like, that's fucking bullshit. And she's like, you've done this, 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 and this. And I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And then I started realizing, oh, she's right. I've kept going, been doing this stuff. And really quick, talking to a Don, which little teaser, I'm going to be editing those things and getting them out hopefully within the next 30 days. A lot of shit on my plate right now, but like I'm going to do that. He has not been able to let go of a lot of things that have happened. And that was over 50 years ago for him. That was in Vietnam. That was 68. And he, when I was down there, we were talking. A lot of this is recorded, but a lot of this was just conversation we had while we were down there. But he found our conversation cathartic.
Yep.
And it's like, because of the main thing, like I keep telling people, like I've told you this in private conversations, but like we kept going back to when you feel alone. When you feel alone, especially when you've had a profound experience like that, and you have this guilt that you're just fucking, it's eating you up or whatever the fuck happened, that is just you're never going to be able to get past it. And it's going to affect your quality of life. Right. And then just me talking to him, he said that he felt very cathartic, like, because he didn't think anybody would believe his shit. So he had a different set of issues. He didn't think anybody would believe his story.
Yeah.
Because as his book is titled, I'm Just a Supply Sergeant. And when he realized that people do give it, goddamn burps. When people do take you seriously and believe you, that was cathartic for him. And, even if it's 50 years too late, it's still, he's 78 years old and he's working through all these issues still. And I learned when I was down there, like talking to him, and he told me, he's like, I don't want to be 78 and still having not dealt with these things, because there's 50 years in between there that it's just going to fucking destroy your quality of life. Yep. You're existing, but you're not really living to the full potential that your life should be. So it was kind of a realization. It was, again, we're always growing. Everybody's always growing. It's never too late. But yeah, it's one of those things. So, yeah, I mean, it's a tough pill to swallow, but you can do it.
Yeah. And like I've said, for me, it took me less time after the second deployment because I was already checked out while we were there. I was mentally ready to be done with the Army long before we even were boots on ground. And so, that's why if it I had my brovet period in 2012, 2013.
Oh yeah. Yep.
20 even into 2014, I had the whole brovet thing going on. And the reason why I got away from that is because I started seeing the toxicity in the brovet community.
Yes.
I started seeing it really is it's a self-destructive community. It's not as supportive as they want you, as they make it out to seem, when they're trying to get people wrapped up in it.
Yep.
They're literally preying on guys who are getting out after the end of their deployments or after the end of their 4 years or whatever their enlistment period is.
Yep.
They're like, hey, come join us, come spend all your fucking money on this shit, and you'll be part of the community again.
Be part of the brotherhood. Yep.
You'll be part of the brotherhood, and it's all a fucking lie. It's all a fucking lie because
what they're doing is they're distracting themselves and they're preying on people to make themselves feel better.
And on top of that, the whole Brovet stuff, the Brovet apparel that you can buy, like the Grunt Style, the Ranger Up, the 9 line, it's all shit. The quality of it is absolute dog shit quality, and they're charging $30 for a fucking t-shirt.
Yep.
They're charging $30 for a fucking t-shirt that if you wear it every day, it's going to be worn out in 3 months.
Yep.
They're fucking preying on you, and they're selling out. And what really, really, really brought it to my attention more than fucking anything. You're gonna love this.
I'm still listening. I'm just gonna take a piss. It's right over there.
You're gonna love this. I was driving a motor coach trip, and I don't even remember where it was, but one of the adult chaperones for this because it was a high school motor coach trip. I think it was going to Disney or Washington, D.C. An adult chaperone was a woman. One of the adult chaperones was an old fat woman in her 50s or 60s, gray hair, nowhere near in shape. You push her over and she's gonna waddle around on the ground like a fucking turtle on its back. And she was wearing a fucking Grunt Style shirt. Like, straight up, it's like, you're wearing my fucking crossed rifles on your fucking shoulder. You're wearing my fucking flag, my reverse flag, on your other fucking arm. You're wearing a fucking Grunt Style shirt, and you could not do a fucking push-up to save your life. And I'm sorry, it was just absolutely insane that this old fat fuck woman thought she was being patriotic. Oh, I'm supporting the troops. It's like, this shit was made for me. It was made for guys who not just guys, but men and women who put their fucking lives on the line. The only thing you've ever put on the fucking line was your fucking heart attack that's about to happen when you're going to the Chinese buffet every Friday night.
Yeah.
And you're wearing a fucking Grunt Style shirt. And then I started seeing more and more and more people who had never served a fucking day in their life wearing the Grunt Style shirts. And I'm like, I want nothing to do with this shit anymore. It was cool when it was just the vets doing it. But now that you got old fat fucking white women who have never served a day in their life doing it, saying, I support the troops.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
Good.
I'm just
my plain black t-shirt and blue jeans.
And that's why in one of the segments that we did, I think it was probably was the last one. Because Don wears a 25th ID Vietnam veteran hat.
Yeah.
He has every fucking right to. He's earned it, right? And he's like, I just can never identify Iraq and Afghanistan vets. I said there's a reason for that. There's a multiple reasons.
Most of us don't want to be identified.
Right. And because we talked about, some things about like overcorrecting and blah, blah, blah. But it's like, when I explained it to him, he understood it. And he's just like, oh. Because like I've shown this on stream, but like this is the hat that I wear like when I go out, when it's not freezing cold. It's just a fucking multicam. I love multicam Tropic. It's got an American flag because I do love America still. Yeah. I'm an American. I was born and raised, and I still am, and I will be till I die. And then on the back, I wear this.
Yeah, you showed me that before, and I love it. And
I've shown you that, but like,
you showed it to me on. What is it on stream, or was it?
I think it was. I don't, because we talk a lot off stream. Yeah. But I wear that, and Don was like, I wouldn't even know what that was, and I was like, exactly. The ones who know, like, if you saw this in the wild, you would know what that is, and you're like, hey, when were you there? And I'd be like, if we didn't know each other, And it's like, because I've had that happen a couple times, and it's like, then we establish good relationships, and we're like, hey, yeah, I was there 09, I was there 06, 07, whatever, whatever. And you, if you know, you know, and if you don't know, you don't need to know.
Yep.
And I don't want to draw any attention to myself because it's become sort of a, that's not the right word. Hold on. I just want to live my life and not have people be feeling awkward to talk to me. In person. Like, I just want to live my life like everyone else. And I don't want people to be like, oh, you're a veteran? Thank you for your service. It's like, because at that point they're awkward. They're feeling awkward. They don't know what to say. So they just automatically.
I absolutely fucking hate thank you for your service.
But here's the thing is, it's not their fault though. It's like,
I know it's not their fault
because of the amount of stigma. Like in the 2000s and the some of the 20 teens, it's like everybody was putting veterans up on a pedestal, and it gets to be again overcorrecting, and it's like it gets uncomfortable at a point. I just want to be treated like everyone else.
Yeah, I know it's not their fault, but motherfucker, I absolutely cannot stand that.
It's a visceral reaction because you know exactly what I just said is true, because now they're uncomfortable. The whole thing is like, oh, no, I have to explain to them, like, yeah, I appreciate that, but like, you know, it's fucking fine. It was a job I did. But you don't want to do that. And that's the visceral reaction is you're like, I don't want people who don't know me to feel like they have to say something or that, you know, they owe me something. They don't owe me shit.
Well, the worst part is it's a conversation killer. As soon as somebody says thank you for your service, doesn't matter what you were talking about for. As soon as somebody says thank you for your service, conversation's over. You will never say anything else to that person ever again.
Well, because it's very uncomfortable for us. And you know, Don and I were talking about that because the Vietnam vets, they came home and they were just told to go fuck off and do your thing. And so they never got that. And then when, you know, 9/11 happened after that, the Vietnam vets are finally like not shit on. I'm not talking about like the whole tomatoes thrown at them, whatever. Like most of the time that shit didn't happen for most Vietnam vets that I talked to.
Yeah.
So it just throwing that out there. It was, they came home to the airport and they went home and then they just tried to get back into their lives and like make it, you know? And that was the thing. And they never got thanked, but also it's like it overcorrected itself, in my opinion. And it got to the point where they go from being below a pedestal to it's just naturally like you're up here. And it's like, I'm not viewed as a hero. I'm not a fucking hero. You're not a hero.
No.
Most people are not.
I didn't do fuck all.
Right. And it's like, I don't want to have that awkwardness when I'm talking to somebody. I want to fucking buy my groceries. I want to just say, yep, and cool, yeah, small talk, whatever. And then you pay for your shit. You walk out of the store with your groceries.
Yep.
And I was explaining that to Don because like because he's not really talked to a lot of Iraq and Afghanistan vets. And when we were talking, it made sense to him a bit, but he's still like, that's where we're at, you know, kind of like that's where we're at. Yeah. And I was like, that's where we're at. Like, that's how we feel right now. Is it overcorrected and it gets uncomfortable? And it's like they're not doing anything wrong because you can't like light them up. People that light people up, like bro vets that light people up, like, well, I didn't thank you for your service. This is fucking stupid. Like, no, I'm never gonna do that to somebody. That's so fucking rude. It's so tacky. It's just it's not acceptable in my opinion. But I also, like you said, it's a conversation starter because I'm like, no matter what I say after this, they view me a certain way. They have me in a box.
Yep.
You know, they have me in a box, and then they're uncomfortable. Therefore, I'm uncomfortable, and it's like I don't have enough time to explain anything that they're gonna. You know, it's fucking. It's like it's a stressor both ways, and I wish that would have never gotten to that point.
Yep, it's actually gotten to the point now where I don't want to tell people I'm a vet.
That's where I've been at for. That's why I really don't talk about it much on my YouTube channel, like in my videos and shit. I'm like, I'll bring it up at some point because it's a frame of reference. Because I know when I'm talking about certain things, people are gonna be, "Well, your fat ass was ever in the military." It's like, yeah, I was, and I came home and I got fat because that's how I deal with things. I eat food a lot and I don't do shit. That's how I deal with things. And whatever. But like,
and by some of the things that you posted, you're a damn good fucking cook.
I
And food is
try.
good.
I always
food-
like to learn. I always like to learn
And food is good.
whether it's cooking, new skills like reloading shit, just fucking gardening, you know, anything. I want to learn as much as possible. I never want to stop learning.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like that's a huge thing that has always been. Here's the thing. All that kind of dark, melancholy shit aside, I got a second wind, by the way. The Coca-Cola is starting to kick in, the caffeine. Is because of the shit that we went through in the military, I feel like I have an advantage a little bit in life because I made it through that. I know it can always be worse. When I'm having a really bad day, I just think I'm like,
combat vets are inherently more adaptable to the stressors of existence.
I agree. And until you're not, which a lot of people are not, and they choose to kind of just say, fuck it. Yeah. And they also, you know, will do things that, you know, end it. And you know, that's not good because here's the thing is you will get through life.
Yeah.
You can get through
let me
anything.
rephrase. A well-adjusted combat vet is more adaptable.
Well, I mean that's a fucking broad, like define well-adjusted. You know what I mean? It's like
not about to put a bullet in your own brain.
Yeah, but like also there's well-adjusted people who have gone that route, and you know what I mean. Like it's very subjective.
Yeah,
when you're talking about that, but getting back to the original thought is like I feel like I have an advantage in life because I can deal with situations that I see a lot of people who have never been in the military or never really had any hardship. They fucking fold immediately.
Yeah,
they can't handle it because they're never taught how to, and they never taught themselves how to deal with that amount of stress, whether it's, 10 or 90 on the scale. They were never taught or had to experience that amount of stress, and they fold immediately. And so it's like when life kicks you in the ass, which it does, I don't care who the fuck you are, it's going to kick you in the ass at some point, multiple times. How you react to that and how you cope with that and how you get through that, I think the military and that whole experience in Iraq and shit really helped me be able to go, hey, this isn't the end. Like we can make it through this. And I that's the only thing that I feel like I have an advantage of a lot of people, or over a lot of people. But besides that, I was infantry. You were infantry. We were trained how to fucking engage the enemy and kill them.
Yep.
That was our job. We got 8 Phi-Ed credits in college that will transfer. That's it. That was our fucking job.
Yeah.
There's nothing spectacular about it. It's a job that is violent and very fucking rough, very stressful. But here's the thing is, like, once you get through that, because they're always like, oh, infantry has no transferable skills. I disagree with that. On paper, perhaps 8 Phi-Ed credits, not really worth it. But the skills that I've learned from being in the infantry specifically and dealing with people who they were good mentors, right? Very good. Because you got a lot of shitty people in the infantry. You do, but you need to focus on the good ones, like we were talking about the other day. There are very good mentors. And those people are the ones who teach you how to get through shitty times in life, because that's a shitty time when they're telling you this, right?
Yeah.
And that sticks with you, like certain things, certain just the mentality and everything. Like, you can get through this. We're going to get through this. It's not the end. We're good to go. And that's what I really like the fact. And I'm actually proud of being an infantryman, former, of course, but like, I'm really proud of the fact that I did that, because infantry sucks. It's a fucking tough job.
Yeah, it is.
And I got through it. And that's why I think I can get through anything in life, my personal thing. And so that's kind of how I keep going. I'm like, well, I fucking did that.
I've done harder shit.
Oh, yeah. It's like, you're sitting out there fucking sleeping in a goddamn hole in the ground with a poncho and perhaps a whoopee if it's not soaking wet. And it's raining horse cocks and it's thundering. And you're like, why in the fuck am I here? This sucks.
Yeah.
When people are fucking lobbing mortars and rockets at you, or they're fucking setting IEDs off, or they're fucking trying to kill you with their bare hands. It's like, well,
That
it could be. Yeah,
That wasn't the main source of stress for me when I was in, though. The main
me
source
either.
of
But
stress.
we don't have to get into that. I know
Yeah.
we've talked about it, but I'm saying like those basic bitch like things that I just said, dude. Nobody's lobbing fucking rockets and mortars at my house right now. I'm good.
Yeah,
I can
still
trust
lock my doors. I still lock my doors at night.
for sure. There's certain people that I trust less than others, and that might be a thing. But like the people who I'm around who are in my circle, I trust them with my life. That's the thing. Like
Except for Devin.
Yeah, Devin's a fucking fag. Yeah. Nah, he's fucking tired, and I see why. Because I'm tired too. But like that fucking caffeine just hit. This fucking Canadian Coke is actually really good.
I've been up since 3:15 in the morning, and I drove.
But you got tomorrow off, and so do I.
Yeah, I got the next 2 days off. But
Yeah,
I drove over 400 miles today, and I'm actually not feeling overly tired.
Yeah, that's good.
Mouse. I bet he's eating his rations of Tim Hortons right now.
Tim Hortons. Oh, fucking wish we had a Tim Hortons, but like,
right?
Yeah, no, it's it's just this kind of shit. Like, people have a very grandiose, weird, skewed view of the military because of the 2000s. That shit still like boils over, but the recruiting numbers are down, and it's like, well, what you're doing is not working, and it's like, well, maybe just have a military.
It's because we haven't had decent military leadership since 2004. It's been getting steadily worse since 2004.
I'd go back several decades, but okay, I see your point.
Well, a lot of the guys that we served with who were in 2004.
Yes, yeah.
For the 2004 deployment.
If you're talking like lower level, mid level leadership.
Yeah.
Yes,
but those lower level leadership guys, they got out because they didn't want to put up with the bullshit anymore. And if you're losing your lower level leadership, the only people making it to the current upper level leadership are shitbags.
Shitbags and retards.
And the guys who knew how to play the fucking game.
Yep. And that's what you get, and that's what you got the military now.
Since 2004, the good people who are good leadership candidates have been getting out at the first opportunity.
Yep. And that's why, like, the attrition rate, oddly enough, for our company that we were in after 2005, when they got back, very little.
Yeah.
Very little attrition rate.
Yeah. After 2009, it was the fucking exodus.
It was 40 to within. Okay, how about this timeline wise? Within 6 months, about 50 to 60% of guys who had 2 deployments under their belt were gone. Out. Fuck it.
I was.
Yep.
We got back in January. Our last reintegration drill was what, April?
April, yeah.
And that was the last time I put my uniform on, April 2010. From January 2010, when we got released from Fort McCoy, until April 2010, I never put my fucking uniform on, and I never put it on again after that.
Yep, I have for videos and shit, and just to see if it still fits, and it does, believe it or not. It's a little tight, of course, but yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like they wondered why retention just dropped off, and it's like, well, what the fuck am I here for? Why am I here? What incentive do I have?
Because why the fuck do I want to re-enlist when my fucking platoon sergeant was responsible for me damn near going on a murdering spree?
Yeah.
While in country.
Well, and what's interesting too is like when I was talking to Don,
and I had more experience as an infantryman than he did.
Oh,
he was an E7.
I know, and I know that whole story. And but here's the thing: the same thing happened. It started really bad in Vietnam with this whole situation we're talking about, shitty leadership.
It was the same. It was the same situation in Vietnam that it was in Iraq,
and Afghanistan. Yep. And Don didn't realize that, and when we were talking, like it kind of made sense. And I'm like, this shit. And then I think he said that in the first app. Spoiler alert. He's like, "Did we learn nothing from Vietnam?" And I'm like, "Apparently not."
No,
Because
no,
all the
because
shit
the
that I
upper
was
because the upper level leadership didn't learn anything.
right, and I was telling him a bunch of the like when he was bitching about stuff. I'm like, that shit still goes on, and here's how it's different now because of the policies, and it's worse. And he's like, "God damn!" Like, you just it sucks to like see this. It's the definition of insanity, right? The supposed definition, and it's like, why are you still doing the same shit? And then you also wonder why at the same time nobody wants to join. Nobody wants to fucking, and this is true for like a lot of fraternal organizations as well, is you get the same shitty people that's their life. Yeah, I'll show you something too. So a few years back, my dad and I and a couple of people that he knew wanted to get the Legion post in my hometown up.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, here's this.
Yep.
Okay, got the badger.
Yep.
Yep. There were some guys in there that made it so fucking insufferable. I was like, I'm fucking done. I'm not doing this anymore.
Yep.
Why can't we get people to join the Legion? Because the VFW post in our town is dead. It's been dead for years. But the Legion, like they were like, hey, we need to get a Legion post. And I'm like, okay, well, fucking the Legion, whatever, I'll do it. And but yeah, also, yeah, you see what the title is on there?
Adjutant.
Yep. And so I had that position for like maybe a few months, and then there was old guys who were so insufferable, and I'm like, we're done here.
Yeah.
That's it.
Like the VFW post in Rice Lake, that's the one that I was a member of when I got back from my first deployment. They were amazing. Like they were absolutely fucking amazing. They bent over backwards to help any veteran who asked them for help. They didn't ask questions. I was behind on my car payment one time, and I was working in a gas station. I was going to school full time. I was behind on my car payment, and one of the guys from the VFW actually came in one shift when I was working. It was like 10 o'clock at night, and he came in because he lived in the area. He was just coming in for gas, and I got to talking to him because he recognized me. He's like, "Oh, you're the one young guy we have in the VFW post." I'm like, "Yeah."
Yep.
And he's like, "Well, how's everything going?" I'm like, "Honestly, I'm struggling right now. Like I'm behind on my car payment, and I need $200 just to get caught up, and I got nothing coming."
Yep.
2 nights later, he came back in and handed me a check from the VFW account for $200.
That's what it's for. That's what it should be.
Like
that's how it should be.
Like he left the store. He called I think he was the vice president of the post, or the executive officer of the post. He called the commander of the post, and he called the treasurer that night, and he said, "Listen, we got one of our guys in our post who's going to lose his car because he's behind on his car payment."
Yep.
And he told me he just needs $200 to get caught up.
Damn. Done.
And they said write the check.
Yep.
They said you got the checkbook, write the check.
Yep.
And it was no questions asked. And I'm like, I don't want to accept this. He's like, that's what we're here for.
Yep.
That's why I haven't gotten rid, even though I've technically transferred my membership to the Wausau post.
Yep.
I haven't gotten rid of my 2204 garrison cap, because they were the guys that helped me when I was down.
And that's what that whole thing was set up for after the First World War.
Yeah.
Because there were so many people down there luck, and they're like, we need to all stick together and not be like necessarily bro vets. But then it happens where, because there's about a 20-year gap in most war, like big wars, right? That's a pattern that I've noticed, right? From the Spanish-American War on. Well, actually, no, from the Civil War on. Well, even it's been since the United States was founded, right? It's about every 20 years there's a big conflict, right? And
I was just going over this with a buddy of mine who was in the Air Force right before Desert Storm. That like from the time this country was founded, we haven't gone more than 10 or 15 years without a major war.
right. It's not good.
And literally, I think the longest period of time we went without a major war was between the War of 1812 and
The
the
Mexican
Civil
American
War.
War.
Was it the Mexican-American War before
Yep,
that?
1840s. Yep.
Yeah, that was
It's
the
about 20
longest period of
years.
time. Yeah,
Or no, that's about
30. War of 1812 ended in 1814 or
so
1815.
14, 10, 20. Yeah, that is 30. Okay. That
About
is, I
30
think, the
years.
longest.
That in the history of the country.
Yep. Yep. That's not good. And
Yeah.
but the fraternal organizations, they like every kind of organization, they get started based on great intentions. Just like the NRA and all that shit. Like they get started with great intentions and then it becomes a money-making scheme. And the VFW is one of the most egregious, which sucks. It depends on what post you're at, but like it's made for your exact situation that you were in when you got back from your first deployment is, hey, one of our brothers or sisters is struggling.
Yeah.
We have fundraised. We've gone out there and we've sold hot dogs and hamburgers and we've been out there doing this and that. We've got money from the public, blah, blah, blah. We've raised all this money in our free time. This guy's struggling. He's working his ass off. Let's just help him get through this hump.
Yep.
Or in life, like, okay, your VA benefits got denied. Okay, well, let's get that taken care of.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like that's what it was initially for. Oh, you need employment? Your employer's fucking you? Oh, nope. We're gonna deal with that. We've got money for litigation. Bam. That's not right. Blah blah blah. But now it's devolved into, just like most fraternal organizations, just a bunch of old dudes
Sitting around swapping bullshit stories
and not thinking about the actual purpose of that organization. So yeah, that's why I say our local VFW post is fucking dead. And even the New Richmond one, right? Because I think I joined that right after I got back. I never showed up to a meeting. I didn't do anything. But it's like all these people from the New Richmond VFW, even the younger guys at the time, were like, it was their entire identity was this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not even at that point, I was still like a wannabe bro vet and shit. I'm like, I don't want to do that. Like, I've got a life to live, you know? And it's like, I have to have incentive and I have to like want to do that. I just got out of a horseshit fucking deployment with horseshit fucking people.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like not our company per se, but like just the whole, like the MPs, everybody that I was in Iraq with, 75% of them, I fucking made my life miserable for a year.
Yep.
And there are 25. Yeah.
And honestly, what I went through would not have been that bad had it not been for the people that I was stuck under.
Precisely.
Like it really was platoon level leadership. If we would have just had our squad level leaderships, even with Penny, it wouldn't have been that bad.
Yeah, I mean, you can deal with that. You just go, okay.
Yeah, because I understood Penny.
Yeah.
And Penny understood me.
And it's just like, you keep your distance, you do your job, we're fine.
Yeah.
We're not going to be friends. We're not even going to be neutral, or we're going to be like a little bit less than neutral, but we're not friends at all. This is all strictly business. And you don't cross my shit line, I won't cross your shit line. Bam, there's an understanding there. Yep. So, but yeah, when it gets higher, it really starts sucking.
Yeah.
But anyway,
it really sucked though having a senior NCO in charge of me who had less experience as an infantryman than I did.
Yep. Well, yeah, it's
that still gets under my skin, and I know it shouldn't now because it's been 15 fucking years.
There's a lot of shit that still gets under my skin that shouldn't, like that little metal badge.
Yeah.
It's a fucking piece of metal. But it still gets under my skin. But I'm learning how to let that go.
Yeah.
Actually. And it's like I could pursue it, but what
is it worth the effort?
But it's the principle of it. That's why where you're getting at. It's like the principle of it. Like, why does it bother me so much? It was because that was I thought for many years that was my pinnacle of existence, and it all boils down to that.
I just feel like I got cheated out of it because I was over there twice and still didn't do anything to be awarded one.
Right, and
like, I had twice as many options as some guys, and I still didn't get one.
Right, and that's I also know some NCOs in our unit who were on both deployments and didn't get theirs either. But it doesn't seem to eat them up. It doesn't seem to. No. I think it's the judgment that I get from people who are assholes, who go, "Oh, you were fucking deployed as an infantryman. Oh, where's your CIB?"
Yeah.
Well, and then I have to tell them the story. They go, "Well,
I didn't choose the fucking missions."
Right, I didn't. It's like it was out of my control. I chose my MOS. I chose my unit, and because I was National Guard, and it's like. That's it. That's all I had control over was choosing my MOS and my unit. If I'd have been active, you don't choose your unit. But I got to choose my unit because I wanted to deploy with my dad, who didn't end up being able to be cleared physically to go. And it's like, okay, well, fuck, should have just gone active duty. But again, there's people that I talked to, like Jonesy and everything. He had a fucking terrible deployment. And so did a bunch of other people around the exact same time we were in Iraq. And I'm like, well, that's a blessing because ours was boring. We had the guilt of like having never really experienced that to the level of that. But it's like also we should consider ourselves lucky, I think. It's like, yeah, we did our thing. And it's just, yeah, it's trying to like figure out where that guilt comes from and where that animosity towards yourself and the world comes from, and trying to work through that. Again, like we said earlier, it's fucking Jesus Christ, hiccups. Oh. Yeah. Just got a burp. Fucking Coke. Yeah. I haven't had a Coke in years.
Oh, I don't think we want to get into that topic, Derek. We've been doing
but that's the macro level of it. Is like, at some point it's got to be let go of.
Yeah.
Whether it's tomorrow or fucking 10 years from now or 20 years from now. But
Did I hit you in the head? Yes, your head needs to be higher.
At least she doesn't have a fucking flounder head.
Well, she's only 5'2".
Yeah, and you're fucking 6 feet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I reached back to screw with her when she was coming out of the other room, and I ended up hitting her in the forehead with my fingernail.
Oh my God, domestic violence! Jesus, yeah. No, I've done that too. Yeah, you're just trying to fuck around and things happen. But yeah, anyway, good talk. Jesus Christ, 4.5 hours.
What should the code word be for anybody who actually watched the stream this far, or watch we'll
watch it afterwards? Yeah. How about this? Canadian Coke.
I was thinking Kunta Kinte or Toby with an I, but
if this doesn't get zapped by the powers that be.
But yeah, Canadian Coke.
Canadian Coke. If you made it this far, the 4.5 fucking hours, my voice is starting to fucking get raspy because doing the Jesse Ventura thing actually really wears heavily on my vocal cords, believe it or not.
Doing Arnold is also difficult to do for long periods of time. You need to do the Arnold voice more often, otherwise you go hoarse.
Oh, Christ. Don't ever fucking do that again. That was like, oh God. I can't even quantify like a metaphor for that one. That was
bad.
Well,
It's
I'm
more,
trying. I have a bunch of shit in mind. I just don't know. I'm not going to say it on here because it's really.
it's more of an impersonation of a spoof of Arnold.
I'd say you're a few more layers back, but okay, we'll go with that.
That's what
Jesus
it started off as, was an impersonation. It was a spoof of an impersonation.
Of somebody doing a really shitty Arnold impression off of a really
It
shitty.
actually came from Conan, the Conan O'Brien show, when Charlie's Angels Full Throttle came out, and you know how Conan had the talking mouth segment.
Yeah.
Like Arnold would always burst in.
Conan, why you not talk to me? This Full Throttle baby bottle.
That's where it came from. That's what I was imitating.
I'm pretty fucking sure. I don't know. We can go back in the recording at some point, but I'm pretty fucking sure I literally just told you to never, ever fucking do that again. And what did you just fucking do blatantly?
That what you told me not to do. Because I'm terrible at following instructions.
That's why you were such a great infantryman, right? This fucking Christ. All right. Anyway, later, fuckers. Canadian Coke. That's the key word.
Yep.
Good shit.
Have a good night, man.
Thanks for watching, guys.